catastrophe? Are you innocent, faultless, above reproach? If you want money, you need an attorney. You need a bulldog. But finding one, it's laborious, it's strenuous, it's stupefying. That's why you gotta call the number on your screen now. They'll help you connect to a legal expert. You have questions, they have answers. They know the legalese, the lingo, the jargon, and the argot. They'll even tell you how much money your case could be worth. $300,000, $2 million, $86,491, all sorts of numbers. Slip and falls, work accidents, car, truck, bus, motorcycle, motorbike, e-bike, tandem bike. These bulldogs will make sure people pay. And if you don't get paid, the attorneys don't get paid, and I don't get paid. So I compel you, I implore you, I beseech you to pick up that phone and call now to see what your case could be worth.
800-587-1260.
Tom, Kevin Zubin here in the studio over on ESPN2. Virginia about to punch their ticket to the ACC title game.
Well, just a great move from Malik Thomas. Get to his spot and raises up and makes a big-time jump shot.
Speaking of big-time shocker in the works. SEC Network, A.J. Storr flying in for the Rebs.
Well, A.J. Storr is playing his best basketball at the end of his year here. That's an excellent tip-in.
And we will keep you up to date on everything happening around the country, guys.
Zubin, Kevin, Tom, thank you. Ole Miss trying to pull off a big upset against Alabama in one of the quarterfinals of the SEC Men's Tournament in Nashville. Arkansas, Oklahoma still to come. The Sooners are playing very well right now. Florida and Vanderbilt winning earlier to advance into a matchup in the semis tomorrow. What a play by Jefferson.
That trap out top forces you to throw out. You have to make a good decision after you throw out of it. Really smart by Jefferson to read the eyes of the passer.
Inside 8 minutes to go. Iowa State down by 3. They swarm Momcilovic. Jefferson, boy, the footwork is something else.
Really smart pass by Momcilovic to get it back to Joshua Jefferson. And Arizona only gives up 43% to their opponents from two-point range. They make it really difficult.
That's the 4th lowest or 4th best mark in the country and the best among high majors.
Well, Braden Burries is out of sorts.
Oh boy, deep one. Won't go for Momcilovic.
I'm not sure that as great of a shooter as he is that Iowa State needed that one. They're spending a lot of time on defense.
Del Orso off to Burries. Bradley on the bench at the moment for the Wildcats.
Rivas is coming close to some illegal screens out there. He's got to be careful.
Sets another one to try to free up Del Orso. He elevates. No. And the rebound to Momcilovic.
Blake Buchanan needs to be a screener. He needs to set him higher.
Looking for somebody to screen now. Here comes Heisey. Jefferson into the paint again. Backs it out. Momcilovic, the fadeaway. Torrey kept it alive, and he's got it. Heisey. And now Buchanan with a rebound. And he will lay it in. He won't get an assist, but boy, does Torrey deserve one for coming up with that offensive rebound.
How did he get that ball? That is just big-time fight from Killian Torrey,
who is having a tremendous night. Burries is fouled, and he'll go to the line.
And Rivas again screening out help, but Killian Torrey just had fight on top of fight to go over the top of Del Orso and kick it out to an open shooter. And then Blake Buchanan, you give him an angle, and he took it to the other side of the basket.
Big night for Torrey. Meanwhile, the foul is on Blake Buchanan. It's his 4th. And T.J. Otzelberger is going to take him out. Dominicus Plata coming back in. Taman Lipsey as well. Tobe Awaka and Ivan Karchenkov return for Arizona.
Arizona has really done a stellar job of clogging up the lane. Anything inside the paint has been really difficult for Iowa State.
Couple of free throws for Burries. Arizona leads. Burries out, Bradley back in.
Karchenkov is guarding Momcilovic. And he has been basically face guarding him, top blocking him.
Jefferson one-on-one with a Waka. So great matchup.
So good with these back downs.
Turns, can't hit it. Got what he wanted, just couldn't finish it. Now Bradley driving. Up and in.
As soon as Krivas cleared the area, that opened up a lane for Jaden Bradley, and he turned the Jets on.
He's into double figures now with 11, and we've got an Arizona foul. That'll be on Bradley.
Now watch just as Krivas clears out here. That opened up the lane, and that speed got right past Dominicus Plata and just used the right hand to sneak it right under his arm.
And now Bradley and Lipsy, two guys again, seniors, both great point guards, great competitors. Talking about that last play and that foul call. Lipsy sees some space, but can't hit it, and a walk to the rebound. And Iowa State, other than Momcilovic, they have gone cold from beyond the arc. They're now 9 for 25 in the game from three-point range. Karchenkov, not this time. Iowa State trying to run. Momcilovic needs some help and finds Jefferson.
I'm shocked there wasn't a call there. There is no way that Jaden Bradley was in legal guarding position.
And Tamin Lipsy asked for a timeout and is limping and is going to the bench immediately. Lipsy signaled to Doug Sermons that he needed a timeout. And he's going to make his way into the tunnel and in the direction of the locker room as they try to ascertain what it is with Tamin Lipsy. So it's going to be Torre and Heisey in the backcourt with Lipsy out right now. Nice pass. Torre to Heisey. Jefferson thought about it, didn't launch it. Open man, Momcilovic. Flying in there is Jefferson, but it's Arizona ball.
Momcilovic does not miss many of those on that fade screen to the corner.
Tommy Lloyd calling out a play. Jaden Bradley waiting for everybody to get in position. Karchenkov, who's having a big night, turns the corner. Fade away. Yes!
He has had a fabulous game. Played off 2 feet, pivot, and you had the duck in on the right side by Tobe Awaka.
He's now got 17. He's got 4 assists and 3 steals as well.
This is a big possession for Iowa State. The Cyclones need a bucket right here.
Jefferson into the chest of Karchenkov. Momcilovic with a shot fake. Now he hits the 3.
And what kind of shot credibility do you have to give a shot fake from 30 feet, and Awaka went into the air on it?
Iowa State fans to their feet. Arizona with the ball and a 2-point lead.
Awaka was wide open.
Krivas can't get the shot off. Bradley shoos him away. Del Orso. Another one for Anthony Del Orso.
What is that, 23 for him?
That is his 5th 3 of the game and 23 points, a season high.
He has been fabulous in this game. Just fabulous.
Boy, have we seen some great individual performances on both sides tonight, and 2 guys who are shooting the lights out, Jay, from beyond the arc.
How many guys can get a defender to fly off the floor 30-some feet away from the basket? Milan Momcilovic can, and Anthony Del Orso, the senior from Australia, started his career at Campbell University in Bowie's Creek. The Camels are proud.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Phillips 66, proud sponsor of Big 12 basketball.
With the Fuel Forward app, the more discounts you stack, the more you save.
Feels good to save. I know, right?
How low can you go?
Why can't psoriasis just leave me alone? The inflammation inside. This on the outside. The pills and creams haven't done enough for me. I can feel the stares, hear the whispers. I'm done. So done.
Talk to your dermatologist about your psoriasis symptoms and treatment options. Go to SoDone.com.
Meet Coach Niall Ivey, the very definition of a player's coach. Coach Ivey takes care of the talent on her team the same way you take care of the talent on yours. Principal, proud sponsor of ESPN.
What makes Blue Chew Gold the best? Gold supports blood flow for long-lasting results. Gold goes further, supporting both body and mind. A 4-in-1 tablet that dissolves under your tongue for fast onset. Try Blue Chew Gold.
Nick needs to change his oil before leaving town for Leo's game. So he went to AutoZone, where he finds the right oil and oil filter fast. So Nick can be that dad.
Anthony Del Orso is not a starter on this Arizona team. He is their 6th leading scorer, but not tonight, Jay.
Well, Anthony Del Orso, when Koa Pete and Dwayne Aristote were hurt, he stepped forward at 22 points against BYU, 22 against Houston. And he has done that 1 point better with more time to go with 23 points in this game. He's 9 of 13 from the field. He's made 5 of 8 from behind the arc. He's also added in 5 rebounds on the defensive end with those 23 points. He is seeing a big bucket in this one.
And I beg your pardon, he is their 7th leading scorer on the season, but he is their leading scorer tonight. Taman Lipsey has returned, and Momcilovic knocks down another one.
Got a staggered screen with Blake Buchanan unguarded as the second screener, and that freed up Momcilovic for a big 3 that Iowa State really needed.
A monster night for him. He's got 7 of them and 25 in the game. Rivas, Bradley, Del Orso, yes!
Boy, how could you be that far off? And Taman Lipsey was helping down in the middle of the lane. But if you give up a tough 2, that's one thing. But an open 3 to the hottest player on the floor, not a great decision by a great defender.
2 guys shooting the lights out as Jefferson knocks down a 3.
Boy, this is high-level basketball.
Inside 2 minutes to go, and a spot in the Big 12 championship game on the line.
Arizona needs to play inside out here, get a piece of the paint.
Bradley the drive, Jefferson the contest, Rivas the rebound.
Over everyone.
What a great pass, Karchenkov to Awaka.
Mo Rivas went over the top of everybody to grab that with 2 hands.
A double-double for Awaka. 90 seconds to go. A 4-point game. Good fake. Lipsey blocked by Rivas.
Rivas, one of the best defenders, not only in the Big 12, but in the country. On the Big 12's all-defensive team. And he took that right out of the air with the left hand.
Timeout, Arizona. What a game. Momcilovic has just tied his career high with 8 made 3-pointers in a game.
After the timeout, he knocks down a 3. And then after the inbounds play, he's the inbounder and then comes off a staggered screen. And Tobe Awaka right there. It looked like he hit him on the arm as he let it go. What a big-time shot by Milan Momcilovic. And he hits nothing but big-time shots. The best shooter in America.
It feels like Momcilovic and Del Orso both think everything they take right now they are going to make, and they are not far off. Look at the nights these two are having.
Somebody told them they were going to have a game of horse.
Arizona with the ball and a 1-point lead and a possession arrow with 1:04 to go. Kansas and Houston still to come.
And remember, Dan, Arizona's only got 3 team fouls. So they can be aggressive defensively. And they need to be aggressive in guarding Milan Momcilovic. Don't let him come off these screens firing.
Bear down, the Wildcats fans are saying. They are outnumbered here tonight by Cyclones fans hammered to Kansas City, but both groups have enjoyed every single bit of this one, and how could you not?
With those fouls to give, Arizona can really be the aggressor. Because every time they give a common foul, they've got 3 to give. It's just an out of bounds. That's it.
Into Bradley and into the final minute of regulation.
Tobe Awaka down on the baseline with Krivas. They can duck in hard.
Bradley can't shake Torrey. Forces it up and hits. Torrey did everything he could, and it still wasn't enough.
That was just offense being a little better than the defense, and there's giving up a foul on Taman Lipsey there, so he can't turn the corner.
But it was Bradley who fouled, and it's the 4th on him. Now Lipsey. And there's another foul, this time Karchenkov. That'll be the 5th on Arizona.
That's just taking a little bit of time off the clock, but it's also not giving Momcilovic off that screen a chance to pull the trigger on a 3.
Ideally, I'm sure Tommy Lloyd would have loved somebody other than Bradley, though, to have committed the previous foul, now that he's got 4. And another one. So they have used up all of their fouls to give.
And they did it a little bit too quick, I think.
Number 3 on Karchenkov, 6th on the team. Shot clock goes back to 20. Momcilovic into Jefferson. Finds Buchanan, 10 to shoot. Buchanan looking for somebody to give it to. Finds Lipsey, 5 to shoot. Tie game! Taman Lipsey for 3. They're going to play it out.
Remember, it's not just the first shot, it's the offensive rebound.
Bradley trying to do it himself. He does! He hit it! It felt from the moment that possession began, Jay, Bradley felt and wanted to try to win it on his own, and it appears he has done it.
Think of the 2 big shots down the stretch that Jaden Bradley made. The first one with Killian Torrey all over him, making that on the right lane line. And then the game winner fading away as time expired. That's your Big 12 Player of the Year, Jaden Bradley, and Anthony Del Orso, with his heroics, put Arizona in the position to win. And Jaden Bradley sealing the deal at the end. What a fabulous basketball game.
As good a game as you will see as Arizona advances onto the championship game. The Phillips 66 player of the game is Anthony Del Orso, who had a career night. 6 threes, 26 points. Let's go to Chris.
Jaden, congratulations. Congratulations. Take me through what you saw in that shot.
Man, it was bigger than that shot. You know, Denny stepped up for us tonight. Everybody stepped up for tonight. You know, that was just a little shot in a big moment. But other than that, we played great defense and stuff.
What does it say about the depth of this team on a day that Braden's not having his best night, that Del Orso, you were able to provide?
Man, anybody can step up at any night. Braden's a dog. He just wasn't feeling good today. Denny stepped up. Everybody stepped up. Proud of the guys.
You got to give me something. What did it feel like when you saw it go through the net?
Man, that's a big moment. That's stuff for you in the backyard. You count down, and you know, go through your head and you make that. No, I just want to thank God.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the finals.
Yes, sir.
A guy who has had so many clutch moments at the end of close games for Arizona, Jaden Bradley, the Big 12 Player of the Year, did it again. He knew he wanted it, Jay. He knew he wouldn't be easy, and he made it.
And this is outstanding defense by Killian Torrey, but just better offense. And we've talked about Jaden Bradley. His performance in clutch time. In clutch time, he averages 36 points per 40 minutes of clutch time. And nothing more clutch than this game winner to dispatch Iowa State and get to the Big 12 championship game.
Boy, one of those, it's a shame somebody had to lose it kind of basketball games. Just a sensation. For the Cyclones and Arizona going to the championship game tomorrow night with Houston and Kansas still to come about half an hour from now. What a way to start the semifinals here on a Friday night in Kansas City. Arizona is on Houston, Kansas coming up next, and the championship game at 6 Eastern, 5 local tomorrow night right here on ESPN. Again, the final, Arizona 82, Iowa State 80. Come on back for the second game. Cougars and Jayhawks coming up, but first to the studio.
Big 12 in Kansas City, College Basketball Live scoreboard brought to you by Open Door. And the door was open for plenty of big-time shot making. And that thrilling Arizona victory over Iowa State. And we're ready for Kansas and Houston coming up in just about half an hour. Reese Davis along with Jay Williams, Seth Greenberg, and also pleased to be joined here by Anthony Del Orso, the rest of his teammates from Arizona ready to go into the locker room after that win. You know, there's an old saying in broadcasting. You say, no cheering in the press box. We weren't cheering for your team, but Jay Will and I were up here beating each other up as you guys rained shot after shot after shot. Anthony, you're here with us. What was it like out there in terms of the electricity, the nerves, the fight? How would you describe that game?
Yeah, it was a war. You know, we played these guys a week ago, and it was the exact same thing, you know, at our place. And you know, credit to them. They're a great team. They're well coached. They're super physical and super tough. And you know, our guys just stepped up today. We were able to make some shots, and we got a chance at winning it tomorrow.
Made some shots.
Made all the shots.
I can't tell you how much Reese and I enjoy high-octane offense, and that is what we saw. Walk me through the last play down the stretch where Bradley and the ball in his hands. What did you guys design? Where did that trust come from?
Yeah, JB, I mean, he's one of a kind. I mean, he's put in the work like I've seen everyone else do on the team. We have the ultimate confidence in him. I mean, he won Big 12 Player of the Year for a reason. And honestly, it was come down and get out the way. Let him kind of do his thing. I mean, he set me up a bunch of times tonight. So either way, I knew it was going to be a great play, and it was going to be the right play. And it just happened to be him shooting it, and he made a hell of a shot.
You guys got off to a slow start, and then you came in and started to see a big basket. What happened when you came into the game? What were you trying to get done coming off the bench to give your team kind of a boost?
Yeah, for me, coming off the bench, you know, with Tobe, it's just coming in and bringing energy, getting us going. You know, playing our own game, but also playing for the team. We were obviously flat. We didn't start out great. So in my mind, there's no more wrong we can do. We've already done the worst. So I got to come in and give it everything I got, be ultimately aggressive, and then let the rest take care of itself.
You know, Seth brought this up during the game, that during the time this season when Koa missed some time, you got a little bit of an offensive rhythm going. How has that helped you down the stretch of the season?
It's been great. Obviously, you know, I've always believed in myself, and my guys have believed in me. Sometimes it's just the team and the way things go. You know, not every day is your day. It's the way of life. But, you know, you got to stay ready, stay positive, and that's all I've done. And I've got great people around me help me do that.
Anthony, what was that rhythm? What did it feel like? A lot of times as a former player, you get in that flow state. Doesn't matter if a player has a hand in his face or the hand is down. What did it actually feel like when you were finding that hot rhythm from outside?
Yeah, it's probably one of the greatest feelings in the world. I mean, you literally feel like you're shooting into the ocean. You just can't miss. And like I said a million times, my teammates just find me the right spot. I get the easy job of catching it and knocking it down.
I don't think that was easy, man. Seriously, I know you want to minimize it, you want to give it, but what you did on a stage like this was not easy at all.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You guys look like you have 8 starters. I mean, like, when your guys come in, it's just you're adding to the puzzle. You're not fitting in, you're adding to the puzzle. What's Coach's message to you guys to have a collective responsibility?
That's our biggest thing, team culture, and no egos, no selfishness. I think that's the best thing that you can take from a team and, you know, go deep and march. Everyone has their little issues and their own little worlds that they want to get into, but the minute you get rid of that and you just play team ball, you play your best basketball, and I think we saw that tonight.
Anthony, people have talked about you guys having a chance to win a national championship, and you certainly do. And it always brings to mind the significance of winning a conference tournament title. What is the significance of that to this team to be able to win this event?
I mean, it's awesome. Everyone thinks that we're going to take a back seat because we already won the regular season and we got bigger things coming. That's not how we've seen it. Every single game we go into, we think we should win and we think we should dominate, and that's the only way you can attack it. I think if you get complacent, you'll get drunk with your own success and you'll just lose.
RD, most times people are like, oh, well, if you lose your conference tournament, you'll be fine. I'm like, no, I want to win every game I play in. That's the standard.
Who wants to learn from losing? You want to
learn from winning, man. I mean, we saw that fight out there with both teams. Those are 2 Final Four level teams out there. You were absolutely sensational, man. Congratulations and best of luck tomorrow night in the championship game.
Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
Brother. All right, awesome, Arizona man. Going back to the Big 12 Tournament Championship game. They'll take on the winner of Houston and Kansas. That game is coming up in just a little bit. Jaden Bradley, by the way, that buzzer beater was the first in the Big 12 tournament since Monte Morris hit one 11 years ago.
What?
It's been a while since we've seen games like that. Now, you look at the last 2 seasons. Iowa State been 50-3 when holding a lead by double digits at any point in the game. March 13th, not necessarily the Friday the 13th, though this one was. The only 2 of the 3 times they lost in the Big 12 quarterfinal to BYU last year. The Big 12 semifinal tonight in a thrilling finish as Jaden Bradley, Anthony Del Orso, and the Wildcats get the win. There are people eager to see Virginia and Miami. Miami, what a turnaround Miami has had this year. Chance Mallory knocks down the steal. Virginia has a big lead at the half.
How much do you love that steal and pull up and shoot a 3, RD?
I love that. If you're open, they give you 3 points for making the deep shot.
Well, RD likes this UVA team because they get buckets and they get up 3-point shots in a hurry. I'm going to say this, guys. If they get the right draw, they can make a run to an Elite 8.
I agree with you. That's what leads them in scoring today. They got so many different guys who can lead them in scoring. They can win off their defense. They rebound the basketball. Virginia's a very different team to play against.
Okay, so Virginia getting past Miami, and assuming they move on, they'll get the winner of Duke and Clemson. Duke has handled everybody in its path. I know they had to stumble against North Carolina. Certainly avenged that. Is there anyone there that could cause them problems in their diminished state? Florida State did last night. You could see that coming among the teams left.
Clemson can cause them problems. I mean, I think UVA can give them. UVA can win that game.
They're playing without 2 starters. I mean, you think about it, they're playing without a guy that has incredible amount of experience in Kalen Foster, and their complement to Cam Boozer. They don't have a backup point guard. Their backup point guard.
I saw you say they just turned Cam Boozer into Scottie Pippen. That's a pretty good idea.
I mean, that's exactly what they're doing. They turn Cam Boozer into Scottie Pippen. So he initiates the offense, then they kind of get him involved in the flow. I mean, Boozer is just, the dude is just a little bit different, but Jay Will. When you lose a guy like Caleb Foster, his experience to complement Sarr defensively, how big a loss is that?
I think that's a massive loss. Also for a guy like Caden Boozer, who hasn't played the minutes this season and gotten that experience playing 35 minutes a night. I think you saw a little bit of that frustration or that anxiety a little bit throughout the course of the first game. I am going to say this. I think Patrick Gumba was a larger loss to them because of the way he can protect the rim and allows Cameron Boozer to play more at the 4.
But you know what can alleviate all of those woes? If you get as hot as Isaiah Evans did last night against Florida State.
Not just as hot. To me, knocking down shots, but also driving closeouts, helping rebound the ball, sitting in stance, guarding a little bit. Like, his game is really, really growing.
All right, so Clemson and Duke coming up on ESPN2. They'll tip off at 33 minutes after the hour, 9:33 Eastern time. This is Georgetown and UConn, and UConn getting off to the quick start. Collins knocking down the long one.
That's what this guy does.
How about the career that guy's had? It's absolutely incredible. He's making big shots for him right now.
Man, Alex Caravan was with us on College Game Day while he was warming up earlier this year.
He likes the Arizona fans.
It was great. Oh, yeah. Why are they booing me? The Florida fans he was on. Okay, now UConn winner of that game will get the winner of this one, which turned out to be St. John's. Rick Pitino and company moving into the championship game, beating Seton.
Can I just tell you how excited I am at Madison Square Garden?
You want the rematch?
Oh,
you want the rematch?
Let's go.
You want
Dan Hurley, Rick Pitino facing off, baby.
But the last time they played in Storrs, St. John's set offensive basketball back 100 years.
They're playing pretty well right now. Dylan Mitchell, he's actually the Scottie Pippen of St. John's.
How many shots in a row did they miss against the Con? 24
Too many
in a
to
row?
count. I'm not
They
that
missed the
smart.
last 24 shots.
More importantly, how many Scottie Pippens are in college basketball right now?
Apparently a lot.
Any
Scotty,
6'9" guy that runs their offense is Scottie Pippen.
let me just tell you, if Scotty's watching, there's only one Scottie
That's
Pippen.
right. That's
just
right.
one Scottie Pippen. St. John's is in the championship game. They'll get the winner of UConn and Georgetown. UConn heavily favored to do that. We're going to tip off here with the second game in the Big 12, and they've got a high bar to live up to after that Arizona win over Iowa State. Darren Peterson and the Jayhawks against
College Basketball Live Scoreboard is presented by Open Door. Start your free offer at opendoor.com.
You moved in. You nested.
Hey, what are you doing?
You partied. You cuddled. You made egg rolls. You slept in. Or tried to. And you kept growing. Now it's time for the next chapter. With Open Door, get an all-cash offer for your home in 24 hours. Because saying goodbye should be the hardest part. Move into your future with Open Door.
Buds. The new DQ Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket comes with cool DQ soft serve as a dip for just $6.99. Add one of our new Tajin lemonades. It's the new Swicy menu, only for a limited time.
Leigh wants to tell the family something. I'm pregnant.
Was anyone in this family born intentionally? It's fun to have company. I wish I was a little bit taller.
Dove Beauty Bar does far more than clean.
This is going to moisturize my skin. I use it to take off my makeup, to help me shave. It's always there for whatever I need it for. Look at that glow.
With 1/4 moisturizing cream, it's amazing what Dove Beauty Bar can do.
Welcome back to College Basketball Live Scoreboard, presented by Open Door.
Win or go home.
This is desperation versus expectations.
The pressure is on. Be ready, stay ready.
We might see a little history tonight.
Who will rise to the top?
Purdue and Nebraska, both teams going to the tournament. Nebraska, the 2 seed, but Purdue really took care of business. Fletcher Lawyer Braden Smith, by the way, has 10 assists in this game. He needs 22 more to break Bobby Hurley's all-time record.
Seth, are you starting to believe in Purdue basketball more down the stretch?
What do you say believe? Final Four? No. Can they win a couple games? Yes. The key to Purdue is Fletcher Lawrence got to be involved. He's got to make shots. That opens up everything else for the inside guys, and there he was knocking down a three.
Well, more importantly, is Nebraska going to finally win a tournament game?
I say they are going to win a tournament game.
74-58.
Knocking down three.
Wisconsin's balling.
Purdue advances to the semifinals. Wisconsin and Illinois. Man, this was a ball game. John Blackwell in there making his shot. Andrei Stojakovic knocks down the three.
Blackwell and Boyd went for 69 between them tonight.
Hey, mark this down. Wisconsin's going to get multiple upsets in the NCAA tournament. They space you out that when they knock down threes. They are dangerous.
They're not your father's Wisconsin team. They don't guard, but they can flat score. They're the Reese Davis Wisconsin back.
They take a ton of threes and they make them. Look at that. Nate Boyd had 38 points. Wagler had a chance late to tie it. Didn't get it to go down. Ohio State and Michigan. Ohio State gave Michigan trouble. That was Yaxel Lindeborg's only field goal. Only took 4 shots. But it was impressive.
They've got so many different guys that can beat you. And you think about this Michigan team, today it was Mara. It was their defense. It was turning people over, Jay Will.
And they're so good. I mean, in this ball game, 17 assists, only 9 turnovers. Like they're a Final Four team, man. You can mark that one down.
Cadota, Mara for the layup there, and Michigan and Wisconsin will play in one semifinal tomorrow, and then Purdue awaits the winner of Michigan State and UCLA. See if Mick Cronin's tapping bars. Hey, I want you to understand and appreciate what Ole Miss has done. Ole Miss lost 12 of its last 13 games in the SEC. They've beaten 2 tournament teams already in Texas and Georgia, and they've been wearing out Alabama in the first half early on as they were going at him. Malik Diaz had just a brilliant tournament so far, and the Rebels built the lead. Baron Philon knocking down the 3. Alabama trying to stay close. What's gotten into the Rebels?
They're finding different ways to score. AJ scoring. Comedian scoring, and Scott's giving them some inside protection and scoring. I'll tell you one thing, Chris Beard, he's good in tournaments.
Yeah, Ole Miss is 3 minutes away from going to the semifinals. Their 3rd straight win. Tennessee and Vanderbilt played a barn burner this afternoon as well.
How good was Duke Miles in this game? He had 30 points in this game. He and Tanner are absolute brutal matchup to matchup.
Made him in. Duke Miles made his first 9 shots in the game. You see Ahmet really struggled. He was 1 of 9 at that point when he hit that one. Oh, high handoff and no thank you very much. Miles to Jalen Washington, and Vanderbilt advances to the semifinals. Kentucky and Florida. Former Gator Denzel Aberdeen.
Guys, I know we just watched Arizona win a big-time game against Iowa State. I'm still going to say I think Florida's playing the best basketball in the country.
I agree with those. 16 turnovers are a little bit concerning, but this guy, Xavier Lee, he made a big shot and a big defensive play.
Let me tell you something. This was not just Ivy League smarts by Xavier Lee. This was Princeton brains on the plays at the end by Lee.
You know anything about that?
The transfer there, and Florida will take on Vanderbilt. His form is holding at the top, but Ole Miss, the 15th seed in the 16-team tournament, threatening to make it to the semifinals. Arkansas and Oklahoma will play later on. A big game for Oklahoma. They're among right on that bubble.
I've never seen you get distracted before. I've never seen you get distracted before. You hold his ice.
I'm not distracted. This is my friend. Right, this is Cougar right here.
Stop.
It's all about the
child.
You know what? I said subtlety. Subtlety is never our strong point. There goes Sasha back out.
They're just hanging out with us.
Here are the bubble teams. Last 4 in, according to Joe Lenardi. VCU has won today. They're still alive in their conference tournament. As alluded to, Oklahoma and Arkansas, a huge game for the Sooners. Also for Oklahoma's arch rival Texas, they're sitting right on that cut line, according to Joe.
Oklahoma playing like a bit sealer, Seth.
They got guys who can make shots, obviously Brown and Pack, but this is a big game for Arkansas because they can get up to that 4 line as well.
What did you get? Oklahoma and Ole Miss in the semifinals tomorrow. Kingston Flemings and Houston. And set to take on Kansas. Will tip off inside 20 minutes here on ESPN.
championship continues through Sunday, live on ESPN.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I did not check just how permanent my body paint was. So, yeah, check Allstate first. You can save hundreds.
Join Delicious Rewards and turn points into free Culver's favorites.
I'm getting notes of smooth. Lots of notes.
If your pet goes from weird to weirder, know where to go. Veg, the better, kinder ER for pets.
The Home Depot has fast, free delivery, so you can get everything you need for out there or in here without having to go anywhere. Order today and get fast, free delivery from the Home Depot.
Chicken Al Pastor is back at Chipotle, where fire meets flavor. Here for a limited time. Chipotle, for real.
It's an exciting day of the year, the day that teams hear their names called for the NCAA tournament.
There are some really difficult choices to make. They look like Final Four good.
When teams like that come into a tournament, these dudes expect to win and try to make something special happen.
We are ready to roll on Bracketology. Have some drama coming. R.J. Godfrey back with Clemson after a brief sojourn to Georgia. Clemson Duke coming up. Taylor Tannenbaum spoke with Brad Brownell.
Coach, third game in 3 days for your team. How would you measure your team's mentality right now?
Well, I think we're really excited. Hopefully we're going to have high energy. We certainly are going to need it. Both teams a little down a couple men, but we got to play the way we want to play. We got to play with some pace. Certainly we've got to get back in transition and slow them down, but should be a great game. Excited to compete.
I know a lot of coaches have been asked this, but what's the approach when you're playing a guy like Cameron Boozer?
Yeah, there's a lot of approaches. Most of them aren't very good. Limit some of his touches. He's such a good player. We're going to do the best job we can to make it hard for him. He's going to score. He's going to do some good things. We can't sacrifice everybody else, though, because of that.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Duke won by 13 when they met in the regular season just a few weeks ago, and so now Clemson comes in. We talked a little bit about the injuries that the Blue Devils have suffered, and they're trying to get through this tournament without them. I think you made a point about Del Orso stepping up when Cole Pete was out. Long term, this could help Duke. We don't know if they're going to get Caleb Foster back. We assume they're going to get Gungba back at some point.
Well, I think it helps them from a depth perspective. Obviously, a guy like Malik Brown gets a lot more minutes and can step up into that role. And inevitably, Seth, I think the ceiling for them depends upon how far Caden Boozer can advance. Isaiah is a guy, Evans, that can make shots from the outside. Dame Sarr is somewhat limited, even though he's turning into a spot shooter from the corners, and he's great defensively. But this team, without Caleb Foster, without Patrick Gumba, they're kind of an average team.
An average team with one of the best player in college basketball. I don't think he can be average. I was texting with John Shire today, and he said they had lineups on the floor last night that he's never even played in practice. They are figuring themselves out on the run. Who's going to be their backup point guard? How are they going to utilize Cam Boozer if he is a play starter to get him the ball back? So I think right now Duke's a work in progress going into basically this game in the ACC.
That's what I meant. They're not a high-octane, elite defensive team like they are without Gungba and without Foster on the court.
I totally agree
so I think
with
all
you.
those metrics and analytics go down for them drastically. And then a lot of it turns into where do they generate offense from? You saw times yesterday where Cameron Boozer was taking the ball the full length of the court, north to south.
And that's a hard team to score against. Clemson is going to basically top block Isaiah Evans.
Can be a dynamic scorer. He has to be big tonight.
Okay, so they're just getting started in Charlotte. It's over on ESPN2, the semifinals of the ACC Tournament. Winner gets Virginia. Virginia beat Miami earlier tonight. Here in Kansas City, we're about just under 14 minutes away from tip-off between Houston and Kansas. Arizona outlasted Iowa State. Jaden Bradley's buzzer beater lifted the Wildcats into the championship game. They'll get the winner of the Kansas-Houston game coming up. And there is Darren Peterson, who had 24 in the quarterfinals. There's Trey White.
I'm going to focus on Darren Peterson for a second. Let's just keep it simple, Seth. Let's wipe clean all the stuff that's happened throughout the regular season. It's tournament time. We just had an incredible finish. All eyes are on Darren Peterson in this game against Houston, that's known to be dogs defensively. I want to see Darren Peterson be aggressive this evening and set the tone, but I want to see Kansas play with him in their continuity.
Yeah, Florida Bernard, I agree with you totally. I think they got to play with Darren Peterson, not to and through him, but he's got to be aggressive. But this guy right here, he's got to control the paint against Houston. Houston's front court guys are not scorers, so he's got to be a help defender. He's got to make sure he rebounds the defensive end. He is either the best or one of the best defenders in all of college basketball. But this guy starts it all for them. Melvin Council plays that.
Among the Kansas fans tonight, you probably hear some barking from the stands with Melvin Council.
What was that, a chihuahua?
No, he's a dog. That dude,
bass in that bar.
His ability goes from baseline to the front of the rim as quick as any guy in the country.
Well, also with the way Houston doubles, he's got to be strong with the ball.
I can assure you Melvin Council's bark comes from a little farther down in the diaphragm there. Seth got up at the top of the range. Kingston Fleming's right at the top of the range in the NBA draft prospects. Top
How about
prospects.
at the end of the game yesterday? Who has the ball in his hands? Kingston Flemings. He does as good a job as any player in the country of getting to a spot, elevating, knocking it down, and he can turn the corner and get to the rim.
And Sinek, right here, junior, 10 points against BYU. Gives him size, gives him length. But Seth, to finish off your point on Flemings, I just love the poise he has. He never seems to be sped up. He plays more like a veteran guard.
I think Sinak's a big player in this game because the front court of Houston, we think about Roberts, we think about Francis, they need some physicality and toughness and some guys that can finish around the basket. And this guy right here really struggled the last time these two teams played. Struggled shooting the ball from the three. They got to find a way to get Emmanuel Sharp involved in this game early in the game so we can see a big basket.
Houston's made the conference tournament championship game the last 2 years or 2 years in the Big 12. They have not yet played Kansas in the Big 12 tournament. They've had some memorable regular season games. First time they've met here in the conference tournament with these states.
You think about Uzan and Sharp, Final Four national championship experience from last year. You bring in a top freshman in the nation. How many times does Kelvin Sampson let a freshman play loose and dictate the tempo on both ends of the floor? That's how much he trusts Kingston Flemings. But I think the way these guys defend in the backcourt will be the difference in this game as well.
And I think those two guys, the maturity of Uzan and Sharp, to me, are really impressive because you have this freshman that's basically leapfrogged them in terms of the importance of the team. And I think those guys have accepted and embraced it and have basically embraced their roles of Sharp knocking down jumpers and Uzan getting them in offense and defending.
You know, you've said a few times this season, Seth, that if Darren Peterson is able to play at his best, that Kansas Final Four team to get to the Final Four, your national championship contender by definition. What about Houston? Because of the things that you just mentioned, because of the changing of the roles, and because of some of the offensive reliance now on freshmen.
I don't see them as a Final Four team. I think they miss Roberts, they miss Francis, they miss the physicality up front, they miss the ability to get some easy putbacks, they miss the ability to, those traps aren't as physical. I like their team, I like how hard they play, but to me, they're not at the same level the other teams we're talking about.
See, this is what I believe. They may not be at the same level, but you know what I say every single year, what region you get put in, what your bracket looks like, what your path looks like. All you need to do is win a game and have a matchup. When you got a guy like Kingston Flemings who's a dog, he can put you in a position to be back in the Final Four.
You got 2 14 brackets is what you do. First weekend, just 4 teams. You got 2 games.
Okay. There are a few teams in this country that might transcend matchups. One of them might have just won the first semifinal in Arizona. Back with picks right after this.
Thrower chicken strip basket comes with cool DQ soft serve as a dip for just $6.99. Add one of our new Tajin lemonades. It's the new Swicy menu, only for a limited time.
Being a business owner takes hard work and a whole lot of miles. We chose the Capital One Venture X business card. We earn unlimited double miles on every purchase. And with big purchasing power, we can spend more and earn more. What's in your wallet?
College Basketball Live Scoreboard is presented by Open Door. Start your free offer at opendoor.com.
So you like the 15-over-2 upsets in the NCAA tournament?
Goodness.
How about in the SEC where Ole Miss, I said this earlier, they lost 12 of their last 13 games going into this tournament. Now they beat Texas Georgia and Alabama, and they're going to the semifinals. What a resurrection by Chris Beard.
Chris Beard's got Store playing, Commodine playing, Dia playing. They're guarding people. Wow.
Chris Beard's figured out A.J. Store. That's a win within itself.
He figured it out really late, too.
Exactly.
I'll tell you who figured it out was Milan Momcilovic. He was on fire for Iowa State in the first semifinal here. Jaden Bradley hit every clutch shot.
I can't remember the last time a team missed a shot in this game.
Down 3, Cyclones. Taman Lipsy, who was limping a bit, ties it. No timeout here. Jaden Bradley.
Mr. Clutch.
Everybody knew where the ball was going.
He wanted to get to that right hand. He was getting to that right hand, and that was a dagger.
Momcilovic was brilliant. Anthony Del Orso, who visited with us earlier on College Basketball Live Scoreboard, brought to you by Open Door, and had a brilliant night shooting the basketball as well. In Arizona, the top seed regular season champion will try to go for the regular season tournament sweep tomorrow night against the winner of the Houston and Kansas game, which is coming up in just over 5.5 minutes. What are you looking for in the game tonight?
I'm looking for Darren Peterson. Darren Peterson to play in the flow of the game, but to be aggressive. This is a game in the flow. He's got to take over at some point against an elite defensive team in Houston.
So you can play within the continuity of the offense, but you can also be aggressive when you catch the ball within the continuity of the offense. And at times it seems like Darren Peterson is just passive, giving opportunities up instead of being in attack mode. Yes, being in attack mode.
You would never respect him.
No, and this dude right here is going to attack him, so it's going to test the toughness of Darren Peterson. I think he's tough. But this is the time of year to show the world who you are in these big moments.
Selectively aggressive. He's got to be selectively aggressive. Got to get the ball out in transition also ahead of the defense where he can do his thing.
A fabulous first semifinal here in the Big 12 tournament, and we're ready for another one. A couple more teams that have designs on deep runs in the NCAA tournament. So as they get set to introduce the starting lineups, who wins the game?
RD, after watching the last game, I got no clue, man. I would say I
Come on, make a pick.
You got to make a pick, kid.
I would probably take Houston, but Kansas could easily win the game.
I'm picking Kansas. I'm thinking that Darren Peterson can have a big game, and Melvin Council, the facilitator going wire to wire, is going to make a play down the spine.
I'll take Houston.
You don't sound very convinced about either. It will be a convincing matchup. Dan Shulman and Jay Billis will have it.
Welcome to ESPN's Champ Week, presented by Principal. This is the Phillips 66 Big 12 Men's Basketball Tournament. Kansas City is the place to be right now. What a first game that was. We've got another great semifinal coming your way. The 2-seed Houston, the 3-seed Kansas. But first, if you missed it, even if you didn't, we've got to go back. What a back and forth, wild last 4 minutes. And eventually, the Big 12 Player of the Year, Jaden Bradley, knocks down a shot as time expires. What an effort by the Cyclones. But what a win for the Wildcats as they have advanced into the championship game tomorrow here on ESPN against the winner of this one between the Jayhawks and the Cougars. Hi, everybody. Hope you've had a chance to regroup over the last half hour or so. Dan Shulman and Jay Billis, that was as good as it gets.
I'm still a little verklempt over that game. I mean, it wasn't just a close game. It was a great game.
Yes. Really, from the start to the finish, it only got better and better. Now, let's hope this one is as good. Let's start with the Houston Cougars, one of the best defensive teams in the nation, one of the best freshmen in the nation as well.
Well, Kelvin Sampson likes to come with double teams. They'll monster in the post, they double ball screens, and they have been as good a defensive team as you'll see all season long, and they're led by their guards. Kingston Flemings has had a terrific season as a freshman. The leading scorer for the Cougars at 42 points in a game against Texas Tech earlier this year. But when Kelvin Sampson's team brings it on defense and they get on the offensive glass, this is a really difficult team to beat that is Final Four good.
A nominee for the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Sooner, hopefully, than later, Kelvin Sampson will be in that Hall of Fame. As for Kansas, Darren Peterson played a season-high 37 minutes last night in the quarterfinal win over TCU, scored 24 points to beat the Cougars. They need a big night from Darren Peterson.
Well, his last 6 games, Darren Peterson is averaging 32 minutes a game, 20 points and 6 rebounds. He can knock down threes. He's good in the mid-range, and he is getting downhill and getting to the free throw line more than ever this season. He is going to be the primary target of this Houston defense.
Let us say hello again to Chris Butter.
It's not just Darren Peterson. Trey White was really the one who could not miss when these two teams met 2.5 weeks ago. White putting up 23 points in Kansas's win over Houston, and since then averaging over 16 points per game. The KU staff telling me it's about discipline for him and just his shot selection. Bill Self disappointed, thought it was a snub that White did not make the Big 12 honorable mention team. Said not enough people across the league are paying attention to what this guy does offensively and defensively, Dan.
And I think the Hall of Famer Bill Self has a great point. This is not just a Darren Peterson team. Trey White has had a great year. Melvin Council Jr. has had some big games for the Jayhawks, and Flory Badunga has gotten so much better, the defensive player of the year in the conference. There is a lot of talent around Darren Peterson.
Well, Flory Badunga has been the most valuable player of this Kansas team. The way he controls the glass and the way he blocks shots. Second in the country in block shots. When he's on the floor, this Kansas defense is formidable. If he gets in foul trouble, that's when Kansas can struggle.
And Houston, of course, has a lot of talent around Kingston Flemings as well, including a senior, a guy who it feels like he's been there forever, in Emmanuel Sharp. He was the most outstanding player in this tournament, in this building, last year when the Cougars won. We are here in Kansas City, so obviously it will be a largely pro-Jayhawks crowd. But we'll see how it goes between Houston and Kansas. As Chris mentioned, Kansas beat Houston February 23rd in Lawrence, 69-56. And that was the 3rd game of a real rarity for Kelvin Sampson, a 3-game losing streak. But since then, they have bounced back to win 4 in a row. Houston in white, Kansas in blue. Kip Kissinger, Tony Padilla, Brooks Wells, our officials tonight. And we're underway. It'll be the Cougars to open it up.
Melvin Council Jr. of Kansas guarding Kingston Flemings, the leading scorer for Houston to start out this game. But Kansas will switch.
Darren Peterson starts on a Milos Uzan. Now Joseph Tugler into the paint with the left. Knocked away by Badunga and saved by Peterson.
A lot of contact on that shot. But Kelvin Sampson wanting to go inside and see if he can pick up a foul on Badunga to start.
The last few weeks, Peterson has been playing more minutes, more consistently than he was earlier in the year.
Kansas has to pass out of these double teams and get downhill into the paint to force help and play out of it.
Peterson can't get downhill, finds Tiller, shot clock's at 4. Council elevates, and the jumper, the rebound down to Uzan.
Boy, tough shot fading against Kingston Flemings. Those are the kind of shots that Houston can force toward the end of a clock.
Flemings averaging 16.5 points per game. He's also the assist leader on this team at better than 5 a game. Spinning is Tugler, and it goes.
Tugler just went right into the chest of Badunga, knocked him back so that he couldn't jump to block that shot.
2 outstanding defensive big men in Tugler and Badunga.
Well, JoJo Tugler, there's a steal by Kingston Flemings. JoJo Tugler was the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year last year, all defensive team this year. He can change games with his length and his presence.
Chris Sinak Jr. misses the jumper. Sinak, the freshman, projected as a likely late first-round pick, maybe a little bit higher than that. Shot fake Peterson, Sharp doesn't bite. Peterson drives, elevates, left it short, and it's Uzan out of the pack.
An awfully difficult shot for Darren Peterson for his first of the game. Manuel Sharp switched out on him. Manuel Sharp is all defensive team as well. He's an underrated defender. You talk about his scoring all the time, but he can guard.
Turn around, Sinak. Great rebound by Tugler. Flemings the penetration, the feed. Dunk. And Bill Self is hot. 2 minutes and 17 seconds in. He will use a timeout to try to get it turned around here early for the Jayhawks. In his 23rd season as the head coach at Kansas, 2 national championships and 9-time Big 12 tournament champion. 2 and 3 against Houston since the Cougars arrived in the Big 12.
Bill Self not happy with his team and their physicality on the glass already. Houston with some offensive rebounds.
Council, and it's knocked away by Sinak.
Good pass out of the double.
Peterson driving on Sharp, and he draws the foul. And Darren Peterson, when he puts the ball on the deck, he is elite at getting fouled on his way to the ring.
Well, that's where he has really improved, is trying to get downhill and not just rely upon that jump shot. Against TCU, he had 16 free throw attempts. He had 24 points. 13 of those points came from the foul line.
Because he missed a fair bit of time during the regular season, played in 21 of the 32 games. Even though this guy could very well be the first pick in the draft, he was a second team all Big 12 player, and there are 10 players on the first team, but he just missed so much time. And there are so many great players in this league. But if they get the best of him, he can keep them in a game with anybody. The screen by Tugler, good show by Badunga.
Well, that show moves Milos Uzan back. Kansas is a very good defensive team.
Uzan with a deep 3.
A great screen by JoJo Tugler to free up Uzan.
Houston comes in 27-5, finished second in the league at 14-4. They are 8 in the net. 9-5 in quad 1. They've got some big wins, and as always under Kelvin Sampson, they're a very good defensive team. Floater off the glass, no. Tip, no. Tiller blocked by Tugler.
JoJo Tugler is a big-time defensive player with those long arms, and he has a live body.
And Kingston Flemings was backpedaling before that ball went through. He knew he had made it.
We saw him get 42 in Lubbock against Texas Tech. He can score.
And he takes it away again. Can't finish. Badunga the rebound. But this is about as bad a start as Bill Self could ever imagine for his team through the first 4 minutes. They're having trouble just making passes, never mind getting good looks.
They really have to run offense with pace so they can get Houston chasing.
Tiller, that's a tough shot.
Every shot that Kansas has had to start this game has been difficult. Houston's defense has been on point. They're physical, their help is there. They will trap ball screen. Chris Sinak Jr., he only shoots 32% from 3, but that's his 26th 3 on the season.
Sinak and Tiller, a great matchup of 2 guys at the power forward spot, both freshmen, both extremely talented, as is that guy. Peterson's got all 5 for the Jayhawks.
Well, Milos Uzan went underneath that screen. You just cannot go under on Darren Peterson. He's going to pull and hit that 3. You got to make him into a 2-point shooter.
Tugler trying to find Sharp, and it's swatted away and out of bounds by Tiller to take us to a timeout. We talked about Flemings and Peterson, Jay, and they're both off to good starts.
Both Kingston Flemings and Darren Peterson were wired to score at birth. And Kingston Flemings, little step back over a really good defender in Melvin Council Jr. And then you go under on Darren Peterson and ring it up.
ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Phillips 66, proud sponsor of Big 12 basketball.
the Fuel Forward app. The more discounts you stack, the more you save.
Feels good to save. I know, right?
How low can you go?
Pizza Hut right now is offering any large pizza for just $10. That's right, any pizza, 5 toppings, on crust like Tavern, thin and crispy, original pan, or hand-tossed. At any time for just $10. Just download the Pizza Hut app now.
Hope you bought your A game. I brought my Capital One Saver card for unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment. Come on, make one. Come on. Hey, come on, Chuck. So that's why you're known for rebounds.
Why can't psoriasis just leave me alone? The inflammation inside. This on the outside. The pills and creams haven't done enough for me. I can feel the stares, hear the whispers. I'm done. So done.
Talk to your dermatologist about your psoriasis symptoms and treatment options. Go to sodone.com.
On the latest phones, but T-Mobile gives a lot more. T-Mobile families saved over $3,700 compared to the other big guys in the past 5 years. Our experience plans include amazing benefits like Netflix, free Dash Pass by DoorDash, and a bunch more. Oh yeah, and a 5-year price guarantee. So you keep saving. Save on a big scale. Switch to T-Mobile and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800.
Sub Club members can get any footlong for just $6.99. All your favorites packed with crispy veggies and fresh sliced meats. Great bread, great meats, great sauce, great deal. Use this code in the app to get your $6.99 footlong today. Subway, eat.
You can feel it in your chest, in the building. Pulse racing. Arena shaking.
Oh, yeah!
Champ Week.
I'll tell you, there was a lot of pulse racing and arena shaking in that first game tonight. As good a game as you will see. Arizona by 2 over Iowa State. Now we've got Kansas and Houston in the second semifinal. The Jayhawks have won twice as many Big 12 tournament championships as anybody else. Iowa State at 6. Now, of course, Houston's only been in the league a couple of years. This is year 3. And this is so impressive. Houston comes into the league, and under Kelvin Sampson, in their first 3 years, including this year, they win 2 regular season titles. Last year, they win the tournament championship. The year before, they made it to the final. They just stepped right in, and Kelvin Sampson just kept on doing what he always seems to do. Let's go to Chris.
We saw the reaction from Kelvin Sampson, the Milos Uzan turnover. He was still harping on that in the timeout, and then frustrated by the offense. He said, guys, we're not one-on-one players. We can't expect Emmanuel Sharp to do things all by himself.
Well, he's getting some help. The Emmanuel Sharp is right now from Chris Sinak Jr. Jay, he's got 8 points. That's his second 3.
Well, Kansas put 2 on the ball, and then Flory Badunga had a tough time finding Sinak Jr. after he left the ball. And Sinak Jr., if you're going to lay off him, he's going to shoot that all night.
Houston is 4 for 4 from 3-point range. Bryson Tiller tries to answer but can't. But we've got a Houston foul. I think it's Tugler.
It is Tugler. He just grabbed Flory Badunga. But Flory Badunga helps out right here, and then he turns around, and all of a sudden Chris Sinak Jr. is already into a 3-point shot, and he just waltzed into that. Talk about a rhythm 3.
Doesn't Houston look so much more comfortable running their offense than the Jayhawks have looked so far trying to run theirs?
Well, they don't have as much pressure on them. And the thing that Houston has done really well, their recoveries. You know, when they put 2 on the ball, when they trap off a ball screen or exchange, they cover up for one another. It's never going to be perfect, but they play so hard and communicate so well that they shut down any opening, and then Kansas winds up taking really tough 2s toward the end of the clock.
Which they may be forced into again. Council no. Follow yes by Tiller.
Nobody boxed out Bryson Tiller. He was up by the free throw line, and Chris Sinak Jr. didn't turn to put a body on him, and Kelvin Sampson is wearing out his bench over that, and they're looking at him going, hey, we didn't do it, yelling at him.
Houston the 2 seed, Kansas the 3. Joe Lunardi has Houston as a 2 in the NCAA tournament. Kansas as a 4. Council. Bedunga, yeah. Kelvin Sampson making the call right alongside the official, Tony Padilla.
Chris Sinek Jr. read that so well. He was moving on the flight of the ball, and he met Bedunga outside of the lane and forced that walk. That's just outstanding help defense by Chris Sinek Jr.
Again, always a good defensive team under Sampson. You think about Juwan Roberts. You think about Jamal Shedd. I mean, they've always had guys who can really guard.
Xavier Francis, too.
Yep. Sharp. Misses the 3. Another rebound for Tugler.
If you don't have a body on JoJo Tugler and he gets a run-up, those long rebounds are difficult.
What a great pass by Flemings. Tugler left it short.
Darren Peterson needs to be ultra aggressive in this game.
Like that? You project your voice much better than I realized.
When a team like Kansas is struggling to score, you've got a weapon out there in Peterson, and he needs to take over when things get tough.
He's got 8 of their 12. Miller baseline. Tugler got pushed back by Bedunga, and again, and now he leads with the elbow to get some territory, but he couldn't hit it. It's going to be physical between Joseph Tugler and Flory Bedunga.
Flory Bedunga is a spectacular defender.
Tiller being physical, but he left it short.
Bryson Tiller has improved so much over the course of the year. When he got to Kansas, he was a perimeter-oriented big guy.
Sanak hacked by Bedunga. Let's listen in on the last Kansas huddle.
You haven't got a paint touch yet, Mel. All right, we got to get some paint touches. All right. Hey, our defense isn't bad. They made some hard shots. We let their guards get going. Our defense isn't bad. And then drive that sucker. We need paint touches. Play behind the paint touches, okay? All right, guys, we're okay. We're okay.
So you hear the emphasis. It's on the offense, and it's on getting that ball into the paint, Jay.
Well, they want to get downhill, but to do that, you have to move this defense. You have to go side to side, pass out of these doubles, and then attack. And then you can attack the help. And once you put Houston to help, they're rarely in scramble. This is a very disciplined help team. And you can really get out and pressure the ball when you trust your help as much as they do.
The under 8 media timeout not that far away. Bill Self giving Darren Peterson a bit of a breather. He's gone to the bench. Flory Bedunga as well. Trey White has returned.
Well, you can see Bedunga was a little bit tired toward the end of that last sequence. Got a size advantage here on Elmarco Jackson.
Sanak, though, kicks it out to Miller off the glass and good.
JoJo Tugler just screened off Bryson Tiller. He was late getting there. That just opened up a driving lane for Mercy Miller.
Well, Marco Jackson, he's kind of had an up and down year, but in certain games he's been a big part of Kansas's success. Into the paint, right through it. McDowell with a corner 3.
And Jamari McDowell wide open in the left corner.
And that's why Bill Self was clapping his hands. They did what he asked them to do, and it worked.
Problem is, it's been tough to get by the initial defender.
Tugler just staying with it and outlasting Tiller.
He just pivoted right around, and Tiller gave up between Tugler and the basket, trying to take away everything. If he passes it out, who cares? You can't give him an angle to the basket.
Council. Line drive 3 is short. Sanak the rebound.
And no offensive rebounds available. Houston's guards do a great job of cracking down to rebound.
Sanak with the mid-range jumper, and he is into double figures already.
Just getting better and better. It's a high release. It's so difficult to bother.
Council the kick. Jackson the extra pass. White no, and again nobody on the glass for Kansas.
Outstanding recovery by Emmanuel Sharp to put pressure on that shot.
Uzan will bank it home. And it's an 11-point lead now for the Cougars. That matches their largest lead of the game. Milo Suzan has a lot of shake to his game. Started his career at Oklahoma. The Houston bench wanted a travel there. Did not get the call. Jackson driving by Sinak. The reverse goes. That was nice.
Well, Marco Jackson was a huge reason that Kansas was able to beat TCU. He made 10 out of 10 from the foul line in that game.
They got all they could handle from the Frogs. They were behind for a lot of that game. Wound up beating them by 5.
TCU's a good basketball team. David Punch can play.
Houston to beat BYU by 7 to get here. How about A.J. Devonta scored, what was it, 93 points in 3 games? Sinak not this time.
One thing that Houston doesn't want to do is settle for jump shots. Good pass.
Council back to White. Good look. Can't hit it.
That was Trey White playing behind the penetration.
A very good three-point shooter. 43% on the season.
He's an efficient player, and he's had a great year. I think his shooting was somewhat of a surprise to Kansas when they recruited him.
Well, his number is 3. His nickname.
Kansas may need to make an adjustment. They are playing way off Chris Sinak Jr., and he has not hesitated and has made the Jayhawks pay.
It is Houston off to a great start here in Kansas City. I think we've got time at halftime to go get some of that.
Network as powerful as you. Switch to Total Wireless with the power of America's best 5G network and get a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI. We never slow you down. That's a total power move.
The Tempur-Pedic Breeze makes sleep feel cool. So no more sweating all night or blasting the air conditioning, because the Tempur Breeze feels up to 10 degrees cooler all night long. Find cooler sleep with the Tempur Breeze collection at an Ashley near you.
Pizza Hut right now is offering any large pizza for just $10. That's right, any pizza, 5 toppings on crust like Tavern, thin and crispy, original pan, or hand tossed. At any time for just $10. Just download the Pizza Hut app now.
Welcome to Champ Week on ESPN.
He is on fire. Oh my goodness, he is him. This is as March as it gets.
Championship weekend begins Saturday on ESPN and the ESPN app.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I did not check just how permanent my body paint was. So, yeah, check Allstate first. You can save hundreds.
Join Delicious Rewards and turn points into free Culver's favorites.
Delightfully smooth coffee. Smooth coffee.
If your pet goes from drooly to droolier, know where to go. Veg, the better, kinder ER for pets.
A century ago, our founders made a promise to always take care of their own. That promise is still at the heart of everything we do, and why our members know we'll do what's right. Because at USAA, we take care of our own.
Chicken Al Pastor is back at Chipotle, where fire meets flavor. Here for a limited time. Chipotle, for real.
Chris Sinak Jr., a top 10 recruit, a projected first-round pick. As you mentioned earlier, Jay, they kind of left him open out there sometimes, and he has made them pay.
Yeah, they've left him open most of the time trying to clog the lane up. But Chris Sinak Jr., 6'11" from New Orleans. He's always active on the glass, especially the defensive glass. He's a good offensive rebounder as well. He had 10 points and 7 rebounds against BYU, going 5 of 6 from the field. And had one of his best games against Arizona. He had 13 rebounds against the Wildcats to go with 10 points. But he's got 13 in this one already.
Chris Budden was in and around the Kansas huddle. Chris.
Yeah, Bill Self saying that Sinak's just playing otherworldly, but we got to get better on the offensive end. We got to drive into the paint. And when our perimeter guys take shots, we're nowhere to be found offensive rebound-wise. He's like, you got to go to the glass when our perimeter guys put shots up.
Let's see if they are able to do either of those things. They almost turn it over. Will anybody try to drive it into the paint?
It's a lot of catch and hold.
Yep. Jackson the drive and kick. That's what Bill Self wants.
But the one thing that Kansas didn't do there was panic as they got toward the end of the clock. Now Marco Jackson with a left-hand drive that collapsed the defense so he could kick it out.
Kansas 4 for 8 from three-point range. Houston 5 for 7. Miller driving on White. Blocked. Kansas in transition. Council. And Badunga runs it down.
Badunga has terrific feet.
Peterson's been quiet the last several minutes after a hot start. White's open. Boy, 2 good looks at a 3-ball for the Jayhawks on that trip. They come up empty.
And as rough as it's been for Kansas on the offensive end, they're only 3 possessions down. It feels like it's more. Got the switch now. Uzan guarded by Badunga.
Inside 10 on the shot clock. Uzan struggling with it, finds Flemings. Into the paint, and what a rebound by Peterson.
And what great defense by Flory Badunga. He switches out on a guard and still able to bother that shot at the rim.
Peterson forces it, and a late whistle. And he will head to the free throw line when we come back. 2:47 in the first half. Cougars by 9. ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Principal. Let's build a retirement and benefits plan that works for your team.
Bringing you College Game Day takes an all-star team. So when it's their time to shine, we make sure they have what they need to succeed. It's why we cater to Kai and her impeccable taste. Invest in Todd and all the light he brings. And support Miles, who always brings the hype. We champion the talent on our team, same way you champion yours. Principal, proud sponsor of College Game Day.
Next time someone asks you if you want your burger with crispy onions or slivered ones, if you prefer 2 juicy quarter-pound patties or 3 slices of cheese, just say yes. The Big Arch, the most McDonald's burger yet. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. Now, I have Skyrizi.
And now, I'm back in the picture. Skyrizi is the only IL-23 inhibitor proven to help achieve remission, meaning few to no symptoms in just 4 weeks for some people. Many were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, and even at 4 years. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help visibly repair damage of the intestinal lining.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's.
Now's the time to take control of your Crohn's. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
With the Fuel Forward app, the more discounts you stack, the more you save.
Feels good to save. I know, right?
How low can you go?
Pizza Hut right now is offering any large pizza for just $10. That's right, any pizza, 5 toppings, on crust like Tavern, thin and crispy, original pan, or hand-tossed. At any time for just $10. Just download the Pizza Hut app now.
There have certainly been offensive stars for Houston in this game, but the overall star has been the Houston defense. They are active with their hands. They are anticipating. They are all on a string. Their help side defense is playing the ball. Look at Chris Sinek Jr. under the basket. As soon as Flory Badunga comes out of this pick and roll, he is there on the catch, moving as the ball moves. And they're moving on the flight of the ball. This is an outstanding defense that communicates very well And they, the idea that they play the ball, they're not playing their man. They see their man, but they're playing the ball. And the ball tells them the right position to be in help side. And there's one of the best defensive coaches, the best coaches, period. But the best defensive coaches I've ever been around, Kelvin Sampson, a finalist for the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame.
For the first time, and I think everybody believes should and will, again, hopefully sooner rather than later, join Bill Self in the Naismith Hall of Fame.
He will be in the Naismith Hall. I think the only question is, what is his bust going to look like? Is he going to be yelling or smiling?
A 7-point game after the free throws by Peterson, who's now got 10.
Kansas is hanging in there when things aren't going well offensively. The Jayhawks are continuing to guard. But when you have Flory Badunga on the floor, your defense is automatically tough.
Shot clock running down. Flemings gets the shot up, and it's not in time, the officials say. Two officials at the same moment, Kip Kissinger and Brooks Wells, both said not in time, shot clock violation, and they were correct.
Even though it didn't count, what a heady play by Chris Sinak Jr. One thing Kansas can't keep doing, they can't keep catching and holding. They got to catch and go.
A lot of passing around the perimeter. And remember, we mentioned a couple of times, Bill Self wants drives into the paint. Fumbled and recovered, but the shot clock now a factor.
Got to shoot it.
Does Badunga know it? He does, and he got fouled.
Well, that was not a smart play by JoJo Tugler, who's usually a smart player. You've got him corralled with the shot clock going down. Just force the tough two.
So Badunga for two, a 67% free throw shooter. 2 on Tugler. Badunga, great shot blocker. He's improved his passing. He's improved his offensive game as a whole this year. A minute 46 away from the Sargento halftime report. As Reese Davis, Jay Williams, Seth Greenberg will look back at that phenomenal first game between Arizona and Iowa State. What's going on in the ACC, in Charlotte, SEC, Big Ten, you name it, they got it.
Jay Williams looks like a professor's assistant for a philosophy class with that turtleneck on. Does he not own a tie?
He owns a lot of turtlenecks, we know that. 1 for 2 in a 6-point game. The winner to face Arizona in the Big 12 championship game, as you can see, it'll be right here on ESPN, 6 Eastern, 5 Central tomorrow. Flemings off to Sinak, who's been the big story here in the first half. Again, late into the shot clock, and a foul.
Darren Peterson just had his hands on Flemings when he went down. I don't think that's what caused it, but you're going to get that call. He comes up to double and switch out, and he switches up, but his hands on the ball handler is an automatic call.
Just the second team foul on Kansas, and Houston only has 4.
This is an important
steal. Peterson will slam it, and Kansas right back in it.
Well, the turnovers are affecting Houston. A couple of turnovers that led to easy scores when it's been so difficult in the half court for Kansas to score.
Peterson had 4 steals last night. He's got a couple already tonight. And the Jayhawks are on an 8-0 run. Darren Peterson showing his skills at both ends of the floor. Peterson getting them back in it. Coach is fired up.
An invitation is an open door, a personal welcome, and just like a Lexus, crafted with you in mind. For a limited time, get offers on select vehicles.
Your tail and you're pushing $50.
Really?
But here, it's only $7.99.
In here, we're balling.
It's actually fire.
What is?
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, it's fire. It's fireballing.
Darren Peterson, not just a gifted offensive player, a pretty good defensive player as well.
Emmanuel Sharp doesn't come back to the ball. He lets the ball come to him, and Peterson just shot the gap. That's 2 steals for Peterson, both of which have led to buckets in transition. And if Kansas can get a stop and a score and go into halftime with this a 1-possession game, what a win after a really difficult offensive first half.
Houston has not scored a point in over 3 minutes. Jackson hits the deck. Uzan is open. Oh, and a foul is called on the dunk attempt.
Nobody put a body on Chris Sinak Jr. He just came in from the wing and jumped right over Darren Peterson.
The foul is on Bedunga, his second, preventing the dunk by Sinak.
Just a free run to the basket.
Sinak is having himself quite a half. And Bedunga's going to sit after he picks up his second. He averages about 9.5 per game. And he has blown by that. He's got 15 already.
Kansas can go 2 for 1 here, but you want to make sure you get a good shot. It's just not any shot.
Peterson guarded by Sharp.
An excellent defender.
Peterson misses the 3, out of bounds to Houston. And a 3-second difference between the game clock and the shot clock.
And what that means is that Houston can take it all the way to the end of the shot clock. That will give them some time for an offensive rebound, but likely not enough time for Kansas to take it the other way.
Fleming saying, wait, guys, wait, don't start yet. Look at the clock.
This is a big defensive possession for Kansas.
Now Flemings looks to get it going, and that's going to be called a foul in the act of shooting. And Flemings will get 3.
Smart play by Kingston Flemings. Bill Self not happy with it.
What do you think? I mean, Flemings was trying to do exactly that.
Yeah, well, it's a smart play.
Yeah. You can hear Kansas fans don't love it. 84% shooter on the line, has 2 more. You know, this freshman class, not only do we see them often as the most talented players on the floor, often they're the savviest and the most poised players on the floor at times as well. Really remarkable this year.
Got to stay with Peterson here.
Council. Jackson running out of time.
Offensive foul. Just that right arm came out right into the chest of Kingston Flemings to pick up the offensive foul. Nice job by Flemings to move his feet and stay in front.
So Fleming's got a call on Jackson at one end, and then Jackson the offensive foul at the other end, and now 0.6 of a second remain as the Cougars inbound. And that'll bring the first half to a close. Not the way the Jayhawks wanted to end that half after they had fought their way back into it. Thanks to Kingston Flemings, it's now an 8-point lead. Chris is with Kelvin Sampson.
Coach, what have you thought about the defensive execution so far?
Our defense is good. We're getting in the gaps. Peters has made a couple of lone threes. You know, he's a great player, so he's going to do that. You know, Kansas has great positional length. They have great size, and they're switching everything. And unless you can get by them off the bounce, they're going to give you problems. So we're going to have to figure something out and get the ball in the paint a little better.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
An 8-point lead for the Cougars at halftime here to the second semifinal as these teams look to advance to the championship game tomorrow night. The Arizona Wildcats await. Chris Sinak Jr., the big story in the first half. Houston leads. The Sargento halftime report. Reese, Seth, and J-Will.
Dan, thank you very much. We are glad to have you with us on the Sargento halftime report. What a night it's been in the Big 12, a thriller in the first semifinal. Arizona advancing. We'll show you the highlights of that coming up in just a moment. Got some fabulous freshmen in this game. Chris Sinak's outstanding. He sort of took the show away for a while there in the first half.
Well, Kingston Fleming's had 8 points, and everybody talks about him on the drop boards, but Chris Sinak Jr. is another guy that will go in the lottery if he decides to leave for the draft. 3 or 4 from the three-point line, and one of his things that he's able to do is extend the floor off dribble penetration, and the guards are able to find him in a variety of ways. 15 points, 6 rebounds, but also 3 of 4 from the three-point line.
He's a different front court player than Kelvin Sampson usually plays with. This guy's a stretch forward and also rebounds the ball and is active and alert. When I look at this Kansas team, and I don't want to sound like a hypocrite because they don't need to play to and through Darren Peterson, but he's got to be more involved offensively. They got to look to get him the ball in the flow of offense, and he's got to be more aggressive. When he's aggressive, he is very hard to guard. Little pitch back right here, he's going to knock down that three. He's got to work harder off the ball. He's got to run the court harder so he can get out in transition and knock down jumpers like these. But they also, within the flow of the offense, they got to do a better job of screening for him. He's got to do a better job of reading screens. Has 2 steals, leads in his transition basket. But he needs to work harder and compete harder offensively to get shots within the flow of the offense.
Isn't that scary? Because that is the true reality of the situation. Yet he has 12 points, so he has
almost
so much
half of their
production,
points.
But you wonder, like, he could do so much more because of his talent.
Yes. Yeah. And he'll need to in the second half if Kansas is going to advance to the championship game. They will get Arizona, and what a finish between Iowa State and Arizona. Milan Momcilovic, this is why he hits 50%. Jaden Bradley just maybe as clutch as anybody in college basketball.
He's absolutely incredible at the end of his shot clock. But how about Taylor Livesey? He was out of this game. He hurt his ankle of some sort, yet he steps up and knocks down that deep, deep three. With Jaden Bradley, he's Mariano Rivera. That dude is just a closer.
I call game.
So did Bradley. First buzzer beater in the Big 12 tournament in 11 years, 82-80. The final as Arizona advances to the championship game again, and they do not get there. They got off to a slow start, and Anthony Del Orso came off the bench with a 28-point performance. He's got 4 20-point games this season, all of them against ranked opponents. I am told that Del Orso, translated literally, is of the bear. Well, he was a beast, I'll tell you that for sure. He was dominant. Clemson and Duke highlights coming up.
This halftime report is presented by Sargento Natural American Cheese.
Hit the road, Jack. Hello to Sargento 100% natural American cheese. Taste the difference of 100% natural American cheese. And don't you come back no more.
Sargento, a promise you can taste.
The United Football League on ESPN is back. New teams, new rules, and more access inside the action.
This Saturday primetime, worldwide talent is on display. Serbia's best continues to dominate the NBA, while the legend from Slovenia puts the show in showtime. Saturday primetime, Nuggets Lakers on ABC.
A toasty Thomas's brekkie.
Oh, thanks, Tom. Huzzah!
Chevy's most affordable EV is back and better than ever.
When your teen joins TikTok, they're protected with over 50 preset safety and privacy settings. Because when safety comes first, discovery can follow. Hey, even dads need dad advice sometimes.
You mastered your mind. And all the while, you were on the train home. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen.
Garden of Life. If Mother Nature can turn a tiny seed into a thriving tree, imagine how alive she can make you feel. Supplements sourced from real potent ingredients. Garden of Life. Formulas for feeling alive.
Welcome back to ESPN's Champ Week, presented by Principal. This is the Phillips 66 Big 12 Men's Basketball Tournament. Darren Peterson got off to a very hot start and had a very good half. 12 points, almost half of Kansas's points, a couple of steals as well. But the real story in the first half, Chris Sinak Jr., the freshman, 3 threes and a game-high 15 points. Welcome back, Dan Shulman, Jay Billis. You watch the game, Jay. It feels like it's being played the way Houston wants it to be played.
Well, physical, but Houston's defense has been on point. They've held Kansas to 6 of 26 from the field. Most of those have been tough twos. In fact, 2 of the buckets that Kansas have are in transition off of steals. Darren Peterson steals. That's 5 points they got off of that. Other than that, it's been nothing.
Let's take a look now at our experts at work, brought to you by Princeton.
Well, Darren Peterson has been the lion's share of this offense for Kansas. He had 12 points in that first half, knocked down 2 of 3 from the three-point line. He's 3 of 6 overall. And he's got a couple of steals, both of which led to baskets. One by him, the other by Trey White. But Houston, early on, Kansas was laying off of Chris Sinak Jr., and he really made them pay. Sinak Jr. had 3 threes, 3 of 4 from 3, knocked down 5 of his 9 shots overall to go with 6 rebounds, 15 points from the freshman from New Orleans.
Arizona awaits the winner. Kingston Fleming certainly had some big moments in the first half for the Cougars as well. Chris Budden had a chance to catch up with Bill Self.
He said, we got to stop being so scared offensively. We've had trouble with Houston switches, but in general, we're not getting into the paint. I want to see our guys drive to the rim. Said defensively, while it might have looked ugly, other than what Sinak Jr. has done, we've done a pretty good job.
And they're in the game. They could have been a little bit closer had they executed better in the last minute of the first half. But they were down double digits early. It's 8 now with 20 minutes remaining.
I mean, this is a possession basketball game, and you can't be disappointed with your defense when you give up only 33 points. But it's been the lack of offense that's been the problem.
Peterson very aggressive on the first possession. It stays with Kansas. And interesting, Jay, Elmarco Jackson is starting the second half for the Jayhawks instead of Bryson Tiller.
Let's try to get a little more quickness out on the floor, get some of these drives. Now over the top to Badunga. What a block.
Sinak got him. Badunga had it, but now a foul call comes in, and it'll be on Sinak.
One of the things that Kansas did in the first half that I think was a hindrance to their offense, there was a lot of catch and hold instead of catch and drive or catch and pass. And they need to run offense with a much better pace in this second half.
Peterson deep in the corner, hits Council. Driving on Flemings. Tough shot. The kind of shot we saw them take a lot in the first half.
Kansas just finding it hard to shed that first defender. But you're not going to get anything off the first action. It's got to be the second action. Here's the switch with Badunga switching out on a guard, and he is quick enough to stay with a guard.
Fleming's letting that shot clock wind down. Now he drives him, and he beat him to the glass.
Boy, how beautiful was that. Got it up quickly before Badunga could react with that left hand.
Fleming's now with 9, and the lead is 10. Badunga blocked by Tugler.
What a recovery by JoJo Tugler.
And then
Emmanuel Sharp had a quiet first half, but freed up in transition. And Kingston Fleming's going to that left hand to get it off the glass before Badunga could react. And that is as quick a release as you're going to see.
My name is Rachel, and I'm a widow. My husband was only 36 when he died in a plane crash. Life insurance was something we thought we'd never need. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
Philly boy. Philly boy is a cowboy on a cow. Philly boy. To creamy dairy goodness, he took a sacred vow. Now he roams all across the land, all to and fro. To make a dish creamier, there's no place he won't go.
Fairlife Ultra Filtered Milk brings more goodness to every sip. With 50% more protein, 50% less sugar, and creaminess that makes smoothies even smoothier. Fairlife.
Too slow.
Too slow.
Not even one.
See? These dishes are still dirty.
I got you. You need a detergent that cleans your dishes and your filter.
Filter?
Yep, this is the heart of your dishwasher. If it's all gunked up, your dishes won't get fully clean. Exactly. My go-to is Cascade Platinum Plus. Only these action packs have double the Dawn power, breaking down dried-on food and grease residue for a safe and effective clean, even on your filters.
Wow, what a difference.
Now we know. Yep, that's what I do. Cascade, Roto-Rooter recommended, safe for pipes.
Pizza Hut right now is offering any large pizza for just $10. That's right, any pizza, 5 toppings, on crust like Tavern, thin and crispy, original pan, or hand-tossed. At any time for just $10. Just download the Pizza Hut app now.
Better sleep is simple. Just track your activity.
Avoid blue light.
Exercise
Get
regularly.
adequate
exposure to natural light. Or maybe you just need a little more from your mattress. An adjustable base offers personalized comfort with customizable head and foot positions that can help relieve back pain and alleviate snoring. Elevate your sleep.
Do it like this. The NWSL is back Saturday on ABC. The reigning champions meet the league's newest side. Saturday at 12:30 on ABC and Disney+. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
An inferno on the double.
Some guys live for those moments.
It is the best time of the year. Bring it to the tournament.
Unbelievable.
Champ Week, nothing like it.
Nothing like Champ Week. Whether you're a fan of watching the big multi-bid conferences like the Big 12 and others, or the one-bid leagues, Jay, there are always stories written that people will never forget, where somebody finds themselves in that moment, comes up big, and leads their team to the dance.
Well, Darren Peterson just tried a really difficult shot against multiple defenders. But Kansas looking for anything to try to get a bucket. But if you're taking that degree of difficulty a shot, it's going to be a long, long second half.
It was 8 at the break. It's 13 now.
Kansas switching just about every screen and exchange.
So Council finds himself on Sinak. Flemings, of all people, with the offensive rebound, and he gets fouled.
Darren Peterson just didn't put a body on him. Trey White was trying to block out JoJo Tugler. And Darren Peterson just turned to try to rebound instead of hitting somebody, and Kingston Flemings was able to get that offensive rebound.
Number 2 on Peterson. A little more Champ Week talk. Let's go to Nashville, the SEC Tournament. And there's stuff going on right now. It's chalk up top. It is not down below. Ole Miss has knocked off Alabama by 1 to advance to the semis, where they will take on the winner of Arkansas and Oklahoma. The Sooners playing much better lately as they try to move into the semis.
Every bubble team in America is rooting for the higher seeds in all these tournaments. If you're sitting on the bubble, you don't want to see Ole Miss crash through and steal one.
The lead now 15. And it's Houston ball again.
Everything contested at the rim with Tugler and Sinak Jr. Those long arms, they are covering up the rim.
Tugler, one-on-one with Padunga. Too strong, much too strong off the glass. Back comes Peterson. Council the lob, but Dunga's got to come down with it, and Tugler called for a foul, and that will be number 3 on JoJo Tugler.
Just that penetration into the lane opens things up, but it was only in transition where they could get downhill and get into the lane. In the half court, it has been really difficult for Kansas because they are not moving the ball. It's catch and hold too much.
So So Tugler out, Khalifa Sacco into the game for Houston. Had some good minutes last night in the quarterfinal win over BYU. Badunga going right after him, but then kicks it back out. Peterson, and a foul. Sacco swatted it way out of bounds. Boy, Peterson is being ultra aggressive here early in the second half.
Well, he has to be. He has to take over in this second half. Showing some strength. Sacco knocking it out of bounds. The referee said it was still going up. It was awfully close to the rim.
"13th point of the night for Darren Peterson, so he's now got, at this moment, exactly half of the Jayhawks' points.
Darren Peterson has such a pure stroke. He gets any opening. Kansas going to bring some full court pressure.
Pressure doesn't seem to bother Kingston Flemings much at all.
He doesn't really change expression, does he?
Plays at his pace, but he's got that burst of speed when he wants it. Sinak left it short. Tries again. One more time, and he draws a foul. Boy, Kelvin Sampson has to be loving the effort he is getting from Chris Sinak Jr. here tonight.
And that was a beautiful shot fake once he got into the middle of the lane. Gave it a little up fake, and Paul Mbia left the floor. And you're just a bit off balance, and you're going to have to foul.
Now a double-double already in this game for Sinak. Interesting how Bill Self started the second half with a much smaller lineup. Jackson in instead of Tiller. That didn't go well. Called the timeout. And now he's got Badunga and Mbia in there together. Mbia, not a guy who plays very much at all. And normally when he's in there, it's in Badunga's spot. But they're out there together, but not for long. Mbia now heading, or is he? Well, he thought he was going out, but it's not him. It's Council.
But Mbia came into the game when Sacco came into the game for Houston.
Peterson threw it away.
He went up to shoot it and changed his mind.
Musan too strong. And look at Sinak again.
There's just so much fight in this Houston team. Kingston Fleming's in the right corner.
This is usually the case in a Cougars game, but they just have so much fight in them. They're winning the battles against the Jayhawks. Where will the offense come from for Kansas? They've got 2 points in the second half. It'll stay at this end of the floor with the Jayhawks, but Jay, it has been all Houston here early in the second.
And it's been all Houston's defense. They have made every catch difficult for Kansas, and any shot that Kansas gets is contested.
Kingston Flemings is joining Chris Sinak in the Having a Big Night Club. He's now got 14 to go with Sinak's 17, and it's all Cougars. ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Principal. Let's build a retirement and benefits plan that works for your team.
With the Fuel Forward app, the more discounts you stack, the more you save.
Feels good to save. I know, right?
How low can you go?
Pizza Hut right now is offering any large pizza for just $10. That's right, any pizza, 5 toppings, on crust like Tavern, thin and crispy, original pan, or hand-tossed. At any time for just $10. Just download the Pizza Hut app now.
We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done. With leading implant and denture technology and on-site labs that get you in and out. No more waiting for tomorrow. Now's your time to experience the Aspen Dental difference. Get started with 0 down, 0 interest if paid in full within 18 months. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
It's on me, fellas. I earned cash back with the Capital One Saver Card.
What do you think of the Father Ford, Dr. Naismith?
It's a flame. I think he means lit.
Is that a Garmin musket?
It's called the T-shirt cannon.
Clark from the logo.
Life would be easier if I could do everything from the logo.
Allow me to assist.
The match. Now that's a tomato. Sheboygan.
The answer is Sheboygan.
This includes your choice of classic roast beef or crispy chicken. And now you can also get the Big Crispy Fish Sandwich. So get your choice of meat. And 3 sides, all for just $7.99.
Arby's, we have the meats.
Bradley trying to do it himself. He does! He hit it! Jaden Bradley appears to have won it for Arizona. Arizona beats Iowa State to move into tomorrow night's championship game.
As high a level game as you will see in basketball. Iowa State and Arizona battled down to the last tick on the clock. And it was a game of great shot making. Milan Momcilovic of Iowa State, Anthony Del Orso, and then Jaden Bradley down the stretch making those 2 huge buckets.
You joked about Momcilovic and Del Orso maybe playing a game of horse to settle it. If we had done that, we might still be watching the 2 of them out there. That's how hot they were in this game.
I wouldn't have minded that. Good shot fake.
Jackson, boy, look how quickly they recover, but then 2 of them backed off. Jackson can't make them pay.
Boy, Houston was very fortunate there that O'Marco Jackson missed that shot because Kingston Flemings left the ball. You don't ever do that.
The foul on Sacco, and now for the first time tonight, Cole Rosario is into the game for the Jayhawks. He is a freshman from Miami, was a starter at the beginning of the season, but has really fallen out of the rotation with some exceptions here and there. But if you're Bill Self, Jay, you got to try something, right? Look how cold they are at the beginning of each half.
Yeah, you have to find a spark, and Kansas having a tough time just getting the ball inbounds. This has been a rough night for the Jayhawks, courtesy of Houston and their outstanding defense.
About 3 weeks ago, Kansas beat Houston. Now that was at Allen Fieldhouse, but they beat them by 13. Mercy Miller.
That's a foul. I don't think Kelvin Sampson minds. Yeah, he went over the back, but they're going for the ball.
Kelvin Sampson has won 12 Coach of the Year awards in 5 different leagues. And he's also won 826 games in his career.
His first job was Montana Tech.
That's right.
You know the nickname
before, and I missed it last time. I give.
The Ore Digger.
There you go. Tough shot. McDowell, no. White tries to get in there for the rebound, but it's Houston ball. Montana Tech, Washington State, Oklahoma, Indiana, Houston. And what an incredible 12-year run it has been for him at Houston. Their record in the last 6 years is 187 wins and 29 losses.
Well, Kelvin Sampson resurrected the Houston program. Guy Lewis took Houston to multiple Final Fours when he was there. but it had fallen off. And Hofheinz Pavilion, now the Fertitta Center, is a beautiful building now, but it had fallen on some tough times. But Kelvin Sampson has made Houston into a powerhouse.
What it's like to play and work out for Kelvin Sampson, whether it's the Versa climber or they're in the sand throwing the medicine balls, then you got to run a mile. The average mile for this Houston team, 5 minutes, 20 seconds.
Wow. And maybe it's all of that work done in the summer, Jay, that made a possession like we just saw offensively for the Cougars come to fruition. Again, a loose ball that are winning every battle, a kick out, and then Flemings hits a three. They just refuse to get beaten in the toughness or effort department.
Well, what Chris Budden's talking about, Kelvin Sampson wants to know who he can really trust when things get tough, so he makes things tough on them. Kelvin Sampson has a drill that he runs. Here's that shot by Kingston Flemings. But he has a drill he runs called the bubble drill. They basically put a lid on the basket and they play. And so every shot literally is a missed shot in that drill. And they just fight for the ball, rebound, it's physical. It's one of the best rebounding drills I've ever seen.
Back to Chris.
That drill that Jay's talking about was a welcome to Houston moment from UNM last year. He ended up suffering a broken nose diving after the ball.
How about that offensive rebound by Cole Rosario? Again, this Houston toughness, there's a foul on Sharp, and he knows it. None of it happens by accident. There are teams, and then there are programs, and there are many of them. But Kelvin Sampson has built a program, a culture, and the faces change, the names change. Although they have very few guys transfer out from Houston, but year after year, they just have great results.
I think it's Karen Sampson's cookies that make everybody stay.
You might be right. Again, look at how tough the shots are. By the way, Cole Rosario, although he didn't hit that, has come in and done some really good things. He's flying all over the place, getting offensive rebounds. He's got some energy out there right now, and I'm sure Bill Self wants to see more of that from his other guys.
Well, he's a bouncy athlete and a really good offensive rebound, a great second jump.
How about the range on Emmanuel Sharp?
There are not enough timeouts for Bill Self to be able to stop this. I mean, Kansas just cannot score against this Houston defense.
Peterson, no. Kansas is 0 for 15 from the field. 0 for 16 from the field in the second half. They have 2 points that have come at the line. 8 minutes, Jay, without a field goal. Sacco back to UNM. The Cougars never in a rush at the offensive end.
Well, they don't need to be now. You don't want to take the air out of it, but take some time.
Around and out for Sharp. And Peterson the rebound. Look at the speed on Council. And a foul is called, but what an effort by McCarty, and you hope he is not hurt. McCarty is down and is in a lot of pain and is grabbing his left wrist.
You talk about not giving up on a play. Hope he's okay. Yeah.
McCarty is up, but he is in pain.
Now that I've reevaluated my benefits and savings with Voya,
with Voya, plan, invest, protect.
Pizza Hut right now is offering any large pizza for just $10. That's right, any pizza, 5 toppings, on crust like Tavern, thin and crispy, original pan, or hand tossed. At any time for just $10. Just download the Pizza Hut app now.
Smile so big that your eyes can go back in your face. Laugh so loud you can hear it from outer space. Really want to talk to you, talk to you. I really wanna.
Moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep you out of the picture. Now, there's Skyrizi.
I've got places to go and I'm feeling free. Control of my symptoms.
Tom and Zubin here in the studio. Duke moving towards an ACC championship matchup with Virginia.
They're moving rapidly right now, rapidly. All right, Cam Boozer, phenomenal, playing at such a high level. Great defense tonight.
UCLA has just knocked off Michigan State. This is Brandon Williams, but who's hotter right now than one Donovan Dent? 23, 6, and 12, guys.
Playing so much better than he did at the beginning of the season. That is a big win for the Bruins. Meanwhile, here is Chase McCarty. It is a left wrist situation. He made a spectacular play, an unbelievable effort to get back and get a piece of that shot, although a foul was called. And then when he came down, it appeared he tried to brace his fall with his wrist. Chris, what do you know?
He was already dealing with some wrist pain, which is why it was wrapped earlier. He's taken off the wrap right now. I'm actually told by the team that he's probable to return.
Wow. He is clearly in a lot of pain. We could see during the timeout just the way he was constantly moving around, shuffling his feet, turning left, turning right. But, you know, the significance of the game and the adrenaline is flowing, and we hope it is not too serious. As Chris said, his wrist was wrapped beforehand, so this is an aggravation of an existing situation, hopefully not too serious.
And those two free throws by Melvin Council Jr., that's the first time Kansas has seen the ball go through the net since halftime warmups.
Bill Self has brought Jaden Dawson into the game, a senior who transferred in from Loyola Chicago. He's just trying anybody he can think of right now to try to get something going.
Got a switch.
Uzan over McDowell. Tipped out of bounds by Sacco. Tugler returns. Flemings returns.
Houston has developed a nice rotation. You know, since we saw them at Texas Tech. You know, McCarty is playing more. We hope that wrist is going to be okay. Sacco's playing more minutes. Mercy Miller is playing more minutes. And that allows their starters a little bit more rest, so they don't have to pace themselves at all. They certainly have to pace themselves in this one. This has been a clinic.
Council into Bedunga, and it will eventually go in, and that is the first made field goal of the second half for the Kansas Jayhawks.
Over 9 minutes without a field goal. That is remarkable. And Bedunga, that's just his third point of the game.
Nobody other than Darren Peterson has more than 5 for Kansas. Uzan, and taken away by Council.
This is where Kansas needs to get something done, is in transition. But Houston does a great job of getting back.
Bedunga. Nice move, and he'll head to the line.
Badunga with a quick face-up. He just inside pivot toward the baseline. He always wants to try to get to that left hand.
Third on Sinak.
Well, Flory Badunga has had a great season.
First team All Big 12 and the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year. Well, you know what this is building to, and it is almost upon us. Selection Sunday is just a couple of days away. It all starts at 6 Eastern with SportsCenter on ESPN. Race and the guys look to the men's field of 68 as the brackets are announced, followed by bracketology and the breakdowns of each region. And at 8, the women's field of 68 is revealed, followed by bracketology at 9. It's all on ESPN. You know, Dan, one of the guys.
You know, Dan, we have names. Wouldn't kill you to say them out loud.
I keep asking you to write them down so I can remember. How many L's in Billis? Past the midway point of the second half. And a foul underneath. Of course, Jay Billis, Jay Williams, Seth Greenberg. They're our guys.
Was that so hard?
Surprisingly.
Leaves a bad taste in your mouth.
I'll try it again tomorrow. At the line, Mercy Miller.
He had some good minutes against BYU. Played 14 minutes, wound up with 6 points in that game. The thing I like about Mercy Miller is just he's willing to compete when he gets on the floor.
Whatever seed these Cougars get, and Joe Lenardi's got him as a 2 right now, you don't want to play them. Nobody walks out of a game with the Cougars and says, man, that was fun. They are a tough matchup, physically and mentally. Council no. Sinak the rebound. The Cougars had a 3-game losing streak in February, but keep in mind, Big 12 backloaded schedule for the top teams. The losses were at Iowa State, at home to Arizona, and then at Kansas. Since then, 4 wins in a row, and certainly Uzan will go to the line.
Milo Uzan is underrated as a player. He's all Big 12 honorable mention, but he's been playing more off the ball with Kingston Fleming's taking over more ball handling duties. But you take a look at Houston, I mean, they were #1 seed projected a little bit earlier in the year. I mean, they couldn't be projected as worse than a 2, but they're legit. Their defense is stifling.
You know, if they're a 2, they're not going to wind up where Arizona is as a 1. So you figure they would wind up with either Duke or Michigan or Florida if those are the other 1 seeds.
One of the things that Houston does really well is they're a good free throw shooting team. And at the end of games, and they do play in a lot of play, and you say that in this one, but at the end of games, that makes you feel awfully good when you got players that can knock down free throws.
77% from the line as a team.
Yeah, that's best in the Big 12, one of the best in the country.
And it's better for the guys who are likely to be shooting them at the end of the game, guys like Sharp and Flemings. Dawson steps in, cannot get a look. The recovery by Houston on defense has been outstanding tonight. Council got his miss. Peterson 3 for 10, 14 points. Jackson lost it. Peterson. And we have seen a lot of possessions like that where Houston just doesn't give Kansas any opportunity to get a good look.
Help side defense is great. They move as the ball moves. Everything is contested, every pass. They force you further out on the floor. And the degree of difficulty of Kansas' shots has been really high.
Tugler, no. Good defense by Badunga. Council in transition. And that basket is going to count. Tony Padilla saying when the Houston defender touched the ball, it was kind of being bobbled, so it's not a held ball, still a live ball, so that's a good basket. Look at this battle between Tugler and Badunga. And a timeout on the floor. Houston up 20. And getting closer by the minute to a date with Arizona for a championship tomorrow night.
Meet Coach Neil Ivey, the very definition of a player's coach. Coach Ivey takes care of the talent on her team the same way you take care of the talent on yours. Principal, proud sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
Everyone has free offers on the latest phones, but T-Mobile gives a lot more. T-Mobile families saved over $3,700 compared to the other big guys in the past 5 years. Our experience plans include amazing benefits like Netflix, free Dash Pass by DoorDash, and a bunch more. Oh yeah, and a 5-year price guarantee. So you keep saving. Save on a big scale. Switch to T-Mobile and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800.
Ooh, that looks good.
Subway's new protein pocket. Over 20 grams of protein, crisp veggies for just $3.99.
$3.99?
$3.99.
$3.99?
Subway's new protein pockets. Over 20 grams of protein for $3.99. Try all 4.
Hey, my treat today. I don't think they'll take that here. Of course they take Discover. You're stuck in the past. Unlike me. You look rad.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide.
Totally.
No nights off in the Big 12. Every matchup is personal. Every game is a battle. And everyone is coming for your spot. Bring that pressure right to the paint. Game on the line. Clock winding down. Fans on their feet. 30 years strong, and now we shine so bright they can't help but watch. This is where every month feels like March. This is Big 12 men's basketball. This is a different league.
If your pet goes from weird to weirder, know where to go. Veg, the better, kinder ER for pets.
Think you know ball? FanDuel Predicts is now live in your state. Make your next call. Download FanDuel Predicts now.
From cups to espresso machines, get everything you need without the stress. That's the Websterant way.
Welcome to the Undertone Podcast.
Now playing.
You shouldn't have listened to all of them.
Undertone has one of the scariest, face-melting horror endings ever. Undertone, now playing. Get tickets.
Introducing Virtual Up, the latest innovation from Nespresso. It's innovation you can touch, sense, taste in every single cup. Your coffee, your way. Nespresso.
Made with only 4 ingredients?
Plus a dash of magic.
Natural bliss, unexplainably blissful.
Well, Kingston Flemings, the freshman from San Antonio, Texas, is a bucket getter. He has got a matchup in Flory Badunga. He felt he could drive, and he got it off the backboard as quick as possible. And then the poise to stop on a dime and hit the mid-range shot. And then in a scramble situation, he leaks out to the three-point line to hit a 3. He's got 17 points in this game. It's been an efficient basketball game from Kingston Flemings. And when he was in high school, his team practiced early in the morning. Kelvin Sampson, his son Kellen, an assistant coach, would get up at dark 30 to go watch him practice. And Kelvin said, we had to get up even earlier because Kellen had to get coffee. I don't need coffee. Let's just get to practice.
Kelvin threw his son under the bus. And Kingston Flemings is outscoring Kansas all on his own here in the second half. But Chris, he's not the only talented player in the family.
Yeah, that basketball runs through the siblings because his younger sister Bella actually yesterday just named Texas Gatorade Player of the Year. Same award that Kingston won a year ago, and she has already signed to play for Kara Lawson and Duke next year.
How about that? You know, he didn't, when you go back to the beginning of the season and you started hearing the hype about this freshman class, and obviously deservedly so, he wasn't up there near the top. He has, whether you want to say, you know, exceeded expectations or just burst onto the scene, that might be too strong. Everybody knew he's a really good player, but Jay, he's been way better than a really good player this year.
Well, he's projected as a top 5 pick in the draft, and in another year, that might be too low. But Kingston Flemings, he's continuing to work on his three-point shot.
Boy, nobody getting in front of Uzan, who had a clean look, just kind of walked it up the court to take a three, but missed it.
And Chris Sinek Jr. with another rebound, especially another offensive rebound. He's got 14 rebounds on the game.
To go with 17 points. Shot clock at 2. So Flemings puts it up out of bounds to the Jayhawks. 6:41 to go. Mercy Miller checking back in. It'll be JoJo Tugler.
Somebody better come back and there's Melvin Council Jr. Come back and get the ball.
Darren Peterson still in the game. He has played 27 minutes so far tonight. Played 37 last night.
Kansas just can't turn the corner to get into the lane.
Is it great footwork, defensive principle? What is it that makes Houston so tough to get it?
All those things combined, but their help side, they're in gaps, so you're driving into bodies all the time. All you see are white jerseys.
Houston, or Kansas rather, is 2 for 24 in the second half. And in the game, they're shooting 20%, 10 for 50. I wonder if a Kansas team has ever shot 20% per game.
I think one of Naismith's teams had a rough night. You know, there have only been 8 coaches in the history of Kansas basketball.
But those peach baskets had notoriously.
They did. They were
tough rims.
Exactly.
I know. Finish your thought. I know where you're going on the 8 coaches.
I mean, just 8 coaches in the history of this program. And so many of them are in the Naismith Hall of Fame. And obviously, Dr. James Naismith, they named the whole thing after him. But Fog Allen, Larry Brown, Bill Self, ridiculous.
7 of the 8 have or had a winning record.
And the one that didn't invented the game.
And what this man has done with this program, stands up to anybody's record.
Roy Williams had an extraordinary run at Kansas before he went back to his alma mater at North Carolina.
Like Bill Self was alerting one of the officials to something. Maybe the ball just needs
something with Marco Jackson.
Somebody's got some blood on their uniform. It looks like Marco Jackson is having to come out of the game. Jamari McDowell's coming in, but well, Peterson is going out as well. So Jackson went out. Now Badunga's coming in and White's going out. Peterson just went to the bench. That could be it. Don't know. But 5:54 to go. Obviously, Kansas is still going to get a good seed and still have high hopes for the NCAA tournament. And they still want the best version of Darren Peterson going forward.
Well, the only good news from this beatdown is that Kansas gets to go home and they get several days of practice. They find out where they're going in the NCAA tournament. Nobody's going to be thinking about them, and they can just get to work.
Projected as a 4 seed at the moment by Joe Lunardi. Flemings, nope. And the rebound to Council.
Early in the season, you mentioned he was a starter, but he was too easy to speed up. And as he gets better, and he will, he's going to be a really good player.
How about that play? Sharp to Sacco.
Well, you get into the lane, Flory Badunga has to help uphill, and that opens up the lob for Sacco.
Rosario gets another look. And maybe this might help him and in turn Kansas going into the NCAA tournament.
Well, it'll definitely help Rosario. And there are times when late in games when it might be a blowout where guys come in and have some success, and that can give them a little bit of springboard to having more success in the future. So those are big moments for Cole Rosario.
Flemings driving into the lane and draws another foul. You can see he is not the biggest guy in the world, but he is not afraid about getting in there and getting some contact, taking a shot, getting to the line.
But he's not small. I mean, he's 6'4", and he's got real bounce. And when he gets into the lane and gets to the rim, he can rise up.
And what a luxury for Kelvin Sampson to have both the Flemings and then, such an experienced player in Milos Uzan too, where either one of them really can handle the ball. If one's not in there, the other can take care of it. And then you got another guy who it feels like has been there for a million years in Emmanuel Sharp. Such a big part of the culture in this Houston program. What a backcourt. Tipped by Rosario.
Really good offensive rebounder that has another step on his ladder. But to your point, Milos Uzan had the ball in his hands all the time last year. But how would you expect to lose L.J. Cryer and get a scorer like him in Kingston Flemings?
Miller with a nice finish.
Beautiful shot fake, got Rosario off the floor, and an easy layup.
Inside 4 minutes to go, all Cougars. Dawson, no.
Jaden Dawson, 12 of his 17 field goals coming into this game were from 3. He's the guy you got to make him put it on the deck.
Flemings again. The range of Sharp.
There's not a shot too deep for Emmanuel Sharp. He just flicks the ball. He gets it off so quickly. It's not a high release, but it's just so fast.
That is his third 3 of the game and his 299th of his career. He is already the Houston record holder for a career. That's a lot of threes. Isaiah Harwell, just a bucket. He's got 21 now on the night. Projected as the 5th pick in the NBA draft. And Badunga is fouled with 2:29 to go. It started off with Chris Sinak Jr. He dominated the early minutes of the game, but as the game has worn on, Kingston Flemings, as he often does, has just taken over on his way to leading the Cougars to the final. ESPN's exclusive presentation of college basketball is brought to you by Phillips 66, proud sponsor of Big 12 basketball.
The Fuel Forward app, the more discounts you stack, the more you save.
Feels good to save. I know, right?
How low can you go?
Gold, the best. Gold supports blood flow for long-lasting results. Gold goes further, supporting both body and mind. A 4-in-1 tablet that dissolves under your tongue for fast onset. Try Blue Chew Gold.
Total power begins with a network as powerful as you. Switch to Total Wireless with the power of America's best 5G network and get a free Samsung S25 FE with Galaxy AI. We never slow you down. That's a total power move.
So you guys are just like State Farm, right? So that's a no then.
Stop living on a prayer and get State Farm.
Pizza Hut right now is offering any large pizza for just $10. That's right, any pizza, 5 toppings, on crust like Tavern, thin and crispy, original pan, or hand tossed. At any time for just $10. Just download the Pizza Hut app now.
The key to being rich, it's knowing what counts. Like spending time with family. Our financial advisors help clients find their rich and build financial plans to help them get there. Let's find your rich. Edward Jones.
Hey there, Briscoe Needs getting set for SportsCenter. If you hit a buzzer beater, you join the show. Jaden Bradley stops by after that shot for Arizona, sent him to the Big 12 title game.
You know who else got in the mix? Kevin Durant got in that game winner party. And Kyle Schwarber stops by after Team USA moves on in the World Baseball Classic. All of that coming up on SportsCenter. Guys,
thank you very much. 2:29 from now. Dan Schulman, Jay Billis, Chris Budden. And Houston is on its way to the championship game at a date with the top seed, the Arizona Wildcats after that unbelievable first game. Jaden Bradley hitting the game winner as time expired. Some long faces for some of these Jayhawks, but as you said, got a few days to get back in the gym, regroup, and see where they're going for the tournament.
Did I hear that right from Michael and Nicole that the Team USA won in the World Baseball Classic?
You did hear that right.
Who'd they beat?
They didn't say that part. Now, I think 5-3 in baseball is official from Toronto, Ontario. Thanks for spelling it right, guys. That won't be forgotten. 5-3, that's good effort for Team Canada, don't you think?
I love that you love moral victories.
Oh, yeah. Sometimes you kind of got it, you know. They had second and third, nobody out in the 7th inning. Couldn't get any runs. That's what somebody told me. That was very focused. Congratulations to the United States. The USA will play the Dominican Republic. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and the Dominican Republic in the semifinals.
I think most fans have been distracted by the wins by the USA hockey team, both men and women.
Cut his mic. I'll do the. I'll take it home. Sami's Calderon into the game for Kansas. Paul and B is back in. Look at Rosario. I mean, he doesn't get it, but he has been flying all over the court. And if anything good comes out of this for Kansas, maybe it's that Rosario has earned some more looks and might be back in the rotation.
Well, it's going to be a physical contest, and as you know, Arizona is so good in the paint, and it's going to be a paint battle and a rebounding battle.
Houston lost to Arizona in Houston, February the 21st, 73-66. Time now for the play of the game, brought to you by Phillips 66. And it's Kingston Flemings. Just made the game his, took over the game, and dictated so much for the Cougars.
And I'm not sure he even broke a sweat. Kingston Flemings, he might be the most competitive player on a very competitive Houston team.
Yeah, that is saying something, given who his teammates are. Good to see McCarty back in the game after what was obviously a very painful experience with that left wrist. And you can see he's got it wrapped up again. But they wouldn't let him go back in there unless he assured them he could. You know, you just hope when he wakes up tomorrow it's not feeling worse and that there's no further damage in it. At one point in this game, Jay, it was 29-25. Last minute or two of the first half. Kansas was right there. The last minute or so didn't go well. Houston went into the break up by 8 and then just dominated out of Giangallo in the game for Kansas.
The defense of Houston was just stifling all game long.
McCarty a steal.
Kelvin Sampson was telling Mercy Miller just there's no reason to attack, just dribble out the clock. And I think one of the officials thought he was calling the timeout.
Right, I believe so too. So they'll take a violation because there's too much time left on the clock, but this is the way to do it. A lot more Kansas fans here at the beginning of the night than Houston fans, given that we're in Kansas City, obviously, but the vast majority of Jayhawks fans are long gone.
Took Houston to multiple Final Fours when he was there, but it had fallen off at Hofheinz Pavilion. Now the Fertitta Center is a beautiful building now, but it had fallen on some tough times. But Kelvin Sampson has made Houston into a powerhouse.
Chris.
And it begins with culture and toughness that's built during their summer workouts. There's a 4-week stretch in June when the players come in, including the freshmen, and they get a shock at what it's like to play and work out for Kelvin Sampson, whether it's the Versa climber or they're in the sand throwing the medicine balls. Then you got to run a mile. The average mile for this Houston team, 5 minutes, 20 seconds.
Wow. And it's maybe it's all of that work done in the summer, Jay, that made a possession like we just saw. Hawks fans are long gone, and it'll be Houston and Arizona, two of the newcomers to the Big 12. Arizona in its second year in the league, Houston in its third year in the league. And remember, the Cougars won this tournament last year. They'll be trying to repeat what a game it should be tomorrow night, 6 Eastern.
Green from McGee. Here he is. Guarded by the freshman. Pull up. Ewan with high foot. McGee went down. Here's Acuff off the feed, and he in turn gives it to Ewan, who cuts his way to a bucket.
Ewan's sprint on that play in transition was elite. He went end to end and got rewarded for it.
And a whistle, and Pack takes another shot, and he goes down. And then McGee shoves Ewan away, and they're immediately going to try to clear everybody out and say that is enough. Ewan thought Pack was acting and just kind of shrugged, said, what is this? And then Mohamed McGee came to the defense of his teammate. A little bit of blood on Pack again. Second time in as many days he's bled on the court.
Took a shoulder.
Seth Tisdale, the Oklahoma trainer, feels like he's working a boxing match with Nigel Pack. Cleaned up in the corner.
I'm watching Darius Acuff over here. All this is going on. He's off to the side, shirt untucked, jamming to the song that come over the speakers, and he's rapping away while everybody else works all this out.
John Calipari pleading for a flop from Pack. Not going to get it. So they have gone to the monitor. Cal gets his team together. Kentucky has won the most SEC tournament titles. Alabama's second most. And then there's John Calipari. He has taken home 6. All as head coach of the Wildcats. Wimp Sanderson with 5 during his time at Bama.
Tom, so many people don't like these official reviews. You know who loves them right now? Oklahoma. 3 games, 3 nights. Anytime they got to go to the monitor, that's like stealing an extra media timeout. You huddle your guys up, you get some water, you're trying to stay fresh, you're trying to keep your legs, and it takes the momentum out of the game. Arkansas wants to go up and down with little stoppage in play.
After review, common foul in one-way stance is confirmed. Play on.
And it's the second on Xavier Brown. They get nothing on Ewan for the bump following that. It was not an appeal. It was a standby official who told the 3 on the court to follow up and take a further look at that. So even though John Calipari was looking for a flop and Oklahoma was looking for a little bit more, Joe Lindsey out in front of Nigel Pack.
But I do think for that Oklahoma coaching staff, when you get those appeals and those reviews, it helps you keep your guys fresh, and sometimes you might try to do a sub real quick before the media timeout, but when you have that break in the action, you don't have to make those unnecessary subs when you're trying to get breathers for some of your stars.
Pat guarded by Richmond left corner. Here's Davis. He Elatanzim lays it in.
You want to get Ewan involved in ball screen coverage right there, and he gets lost, can't recover quick enough, and then the backside's hugged up on shooters. Good execution, but Arkansas with some miscommunication there on the defensive end.
Thomas pull up off the dribble. Rebound by Brown, nearly fouled by Brazil. That bucket by Elatanzim a moment ago, the first for the senior from Siberia on the night.
I'd go back to the same action, use it.
Pull up by Brown. Richmond got a piece of it. Acuff comes down with it. There's Acuff Jr. Forces his way into the front court, all the way into the paint. Gets it back, throws it up, gets the whistle. 63-61. 8 ties least 15 changes. Semifinals Saturday slot on the line for both of these Sooners, playing with the confidence of a team that has won 6 in a row. Arkansas laying it all on the line behind their star, Darius Acuff Jr. 7:46 to go in Nashville.
Inside the NBA has it all. The hustle, the swag,
no, this drip right here,
and whatever's going on here.
I don't know that, man.
Home of Inside the NBA, all season, playoffs, and finals long.
Wall-to-wall SEC softball.
The parity in this conference is off the charts.
We got something cooking here.
SEC Network, your home for SEC softball.
It's more than love at first sight.
Amazing game, this thriller. With deadly efficiency. What a finish. A very big argument that he is the best player on the... This is unlike anything you've seen in golf. Oh, yeah.
Scratch coverage on the
Darius Acuff Jr., the SEC's Player of the Year and Freshman of the Year, put on a show in the first half. It was highlight reel after highlight reel. The 3-ball, the mid-range, the transition, you name it. However, here in the second half, he's been a little bit quiet. 4 points, 1 of 5. He's had some help from his friends. The supporting cast has stepped up. And I think that's where Arkansas is at their best, when they're not just totally relying on Acuff. But the rhythm has slowed down a little bit for the superstar in the backcourt for the Arkansas Razorbacks.
2 free throws for Acuff, who has knocked down 4 threes tonight. There's only one Razorback in their program history that has made more threes in an SEC tournament game than Darius Acuff Jr. He did it 3 times. Pat Bradley, Pat Bradley, Pat Bradley. Made 7 in 96, 6 in 98, and 5 2 times. Shoot up.
I mean, the fact that he did that while making 18% of his threes, I think is really impressive.
Volume shoot up. Here's Tay Davis. Nice screen erased by Brazil.
Oh, man. I think that one might have gone off the backboard first.
Acuff, no good. Rebound tipped around. Iela Tanzev has it. What happened in the Oklahoma huddle last time out?
Yeah, Trevin Brazil was the focus of the conversation. Porter Moser telling his guys, we will win this game by protecting the paint. You have to box out Brazil. You don't have to come down with it, but you have to make him uncomfortable.
Iela Tanzev steps up and pulls in the reverse.
Well, and it's all been interior passing. It's 10 made field goals for Oklahoma on 10 assists in the second half. They're getting in the paint. They're drawing extra help, and they're dumping it off for their teammate.
Sooners can improve their resume with another quad 1 win tonight. And other bubble teams have fallen by the wayside. Sooners are making a statement. So is that man, Darius Acuff Jr.
And a nice set play. They lift the court. They get everybody above the free throw line, give him a side all to himself on the left.
Davis puts it on the floor. Tries to get by Richmond. Steps in again. Another block. This time it's Ewan. Brazil finds it. And now Acuff wants to use his speed to get it up the court. Back from Thomas. Acuff sitting on 29 points.
Similar play here. They try to clear it out. This time, Oklahoma does a better job making him use his screen.
And he'll go to the free throw line.
So we'll take a look at that last drive by Acuff. And you wonder why it was so wide open. Acuff's going to come around the side here. And As the ball gets swung, you'll see him come off that screen by Ewan, and then watch Ewan get up. And all this space because you got teammate all around. They're all above the free throw line. That gives him everything he needs going downhill to his left.
It's a 30-piece for Darius Acuff Jr. About Arkansas's hopes of hang another banner, win another national championship, make it back to the Final Four. It's hard, if you know college basketball history, not to look at Darius Acuff Jr. and start thinking about what Kemba Walker did with UConn.
It's a fair comp, and he can take over a tournament, and he makes it look just so easy, and you don't have to take him out of the game. He's played 34 minutes, every single minute in this game so far.
Forsythe blasts his way, throwing with the left hand, scores it. Fourth 30-point game of the season for Darius Acuff Jr. We're tied at 67 thanks to Forsythe.
Well, Guy doesn't want to have to guard out there. He wants to guard down low. He made the big man try to move his feet, drove his closeout.
Forsythe works on Acuff. Cut off. Now Pat. 5 minutes to play in Nashville. Tie, probably a 2-point game, and McGee keeps it alive, but it ends up with Ewan, who took a shot to the head, and the ball was being bandied about.
Now, Thomas showed a lot of fight there to make it a tough post-entry pass. Reed's been good in the second half. Thomas didn't let him have an easy catch.
Richmond with a burst to the bank, and Arkansas's got a 2-score lead. Timeout Oklahoma. 4:25 to play in regulation. Porter Moser wants to talk about it. Sooners will only have one timeout remaining after this.
Well, Darius Acuff has been the star, but this Arkansas team has multiple weapons. First is going to be Ewan taking the big man off the bounce, getting all the way to the rim. He is wired to score. And then Billy Richmond loves to get these go catches running through the ball. Forget triple threat. He wants to catch that thing on the run. High athleticism, Billy Richmond, big-time player.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Vivid Seats' new lowest price guarantee means you get lower ticket prices in the Vivid Seats app. Guaranteed. We got tickets! But Vivid Seats cannot guarantee that you'll crash a tailgate and walk away without a concussion. Or your chest pains will survive sub-zero temps. Or your kid will catch a foul ball and actually keep it. And Vivid Seats definitely cannot guarantee that you'll have your voice the next day. But we can guarantee lower ticket prices only in the Vivid Seats app. Download now.
Some places you just visit. Others you know.
Hey, how's it going, Evan?
You're early, Danny.
Well, I got to get me some of that ham dinner.
Well, wait. Isn't that Mary? My mistake. Danny, hi. You're early.
At Cracker Barrel, we're part of the family.
I know. I'm early. You're right on time.
Whether it's classic comforts or something new, welcome home to Cracker Barrel.
Being a business owner takes hard work and a whole lot of miles. We chose the Capital One Venture X business card. We earn unlimited double miles on every purchase. And with big purchasing power, we can spend more and earn more. What's in your wallet?
At Wayfair, delivery and setup can be as easy as, well, doing nothing. Room of choice delivery and fast expert setup.
That was fast.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
One of the most stacked SEC championships with 9 teams. This is as good as it gets.
The SEC Gymnastics Championships presented by Sprouts Farmers Market. Tickets on sale now.
The SEC and SEC Network thank our official corporate sponsors for their continued support of our student athletes during every championship season.
Time to look at tonight's extra effort brought to you by Regions Bank.
Well, the difference in this game has been the second half second chance points by Arkansas. They have gotten 56% of their misses. Oklahoma's just been unable to finish the possession consistently. First shot defense has been okay, but Arkansas has pounded the glass, 9 offensive rebounds, leading to 12 second chance points, all here in the second half.
There's Acuff Jr. with 31 points on 9 of 17 shooting. He's trying to track down Todd Day's 1992 SEC Tournament record. Day had 39 that day. Dusty Hanna's had 33 in a game of 16. Xavier Brown, tough shooting night, just 1 for 9. But he's got 8 assists.
We've got Billy Richmond on Nigel Pack, 24 in white. He just guards whoever you say to take away.
Here's Davis. And now Pack, fade away. Oh, was halfway home. Pack slow to get up. Acuff content to walk it up.
Pack thought he got hit on the arm. Porter Mosier is furious.
This is unfolding very similar to the matchup at Lloyd Noble earlier this season.
Drives the closeout, draws the defender, lobs it up in there. Textbook execution for Arkansas in the half court.
Largest lead of the game for Arkansas, thanks to a 10-2 run. Davis on Ewing, and they get 2 back.
That was a massive bucket. This game starting to get away from Oklahoma. They got plenty of gas left in the tank. Their entire season on the line right here in the last few minutes. You must come up with consecutive stops.
Ewing into McGee, into him hard, and an offensive foul. It was the second bump that got the whistle.
Well, it was a similar play where they wanted Ewing to be able to take McGee off the bounce, but he wasn't able to get the position. I think that's the right call. I mean, they'll let you get away with the first bump, and once you start to do that displacement, that's going to be an offensive foul.
That is the 4th personal foul charged to Malik Ewing.
I think somebody else is going to have to make a bucket besides Pack, because he is going to be smothered by Richmond.
How about Davis? Brazil, great shot blocker. And he comes up with the rebound.
I thought Davis had it at first, and he stopped, and he let Brazil catch up.
Arkansas has won. Nothing doing on the other end for Oklahoma. Brazil the rebound. Hogs have made their last 5. Acuff's got 34. 2 minutes to play. Guarded by Davis. 7 to shoot. Step back. 18-footer short. Rebounded by OU. Trailing by 7.
Not sure he nearly walked over a bunch of steps, but they did not see it. Gets the corner 3 to keep some hope for this Oklahoma team.
Couple steps like Tootsie's going to sell a couple beers tonight.
Tay Davis, not known for his three-point shooting, but we've covered it before. If there's one spot on the court he's comfortable shooting that shot, it's in the corner. And Tay Davis, all season long, hasn't made a 3 anywhere else except the corners. And then when you're guarding Acuff, he likes to get this ball in his left hand. When that's his final dribble, you got to know he's pulling right there. He rocks you to sleep. You're afraid of the penetration, but when it's in that left hand, that means he's going to rise and fire.
Minute 30 to play. Arkansas leading 76-72. Acuff had a slow second half after a dominating first half, but he has really turned it up. Second only to Todd Day's 39 and 92 with a 34-point performance tonight in SEC tournament history.
And what I love about Acuff is he knows when there's a dagger available and he wants the ball in his hands. And you could just see, even though he stays composed all game long, he doesn't get too high or too low. You just see a little extra sense of urgency when that shot clock's winding down, when he understands time and score when they need a huge bucket. But credit Oklahoma with a big three to keep themselves in it.
And keeping themselves in the discussion for the big dance, Joe Lunardi says with a win, they're in the last 4 in. Easier said than done trying to guard Darius Acuff Jr., who's got 5 20-point, 10-assist games this season. That's the second best performance for a freshman in college basketball since Trey did it for Oklahoma.
Wow. Well, if you're Oklahoma, you want to force a turnover. However, this is an Arkansas team that is the best in the country at taking care of the ball. They have the lowest turnover rate amongst any team.
Now an Arkansas timeout. The Hogs leading by 3. And remember, the winner of this one gets Ole Miss waiting. It's been a tournament full of momentum. The Sooners had it to start this thing. Arkansas has climbed back, and certainly the Rebels have it. They have to continue to win to make the NCAA tournament. How do you see the last 90 seconds unfolding?
Well, I think you're going to see an Oklahoma team try to rush Arkansas, but they're not going to get sped up. The problem is, can they finish the possession? Arkansas in the second half has gotten offensive rebound after offensive rebound. You must make them be one and done and then push it, find your shooters. They've struggled from deep. I think it's too early to shoot threes. Try to get into the paint where it's been good for you.
How do you get Nigel Pack open when you have the ball?
I'm not sure you're going to be able to get him open from 3 on Billy Richmond, but if he's going to run him off the three-point line, you take your drive. If you're Pack, try to get him on your back and get an and-1, get yourself to the free throw line.
Four-point Arkansas lead. This is the first game of the tournament for the Razorbacks after earning the double bye. Sooners playing for the 3rd consecutive night. Billy Richmond will inbound it. Acuff guarded by Tay Davis. Acuff gets it right back. Draws 2 defenders. Now Richmond lost it, and they get a whistle against Brown on the drive. 4th personal for Xavier Brown.
Tough play there for Oklahoma because Richmond jumps in the air. I'm not sure he necessarily has a plan. He's jumping to pass. You might be able to get a turnover on that, or at least a missed tough 2. Instead, the foul bails him out, sending Richmond to the free throw line.
Billy Richmond III, in and out. 76% from the line on the season. He's even better than that in league play.
Got to watch the tap outs from Trevin Brazil. He likes to use his athleticism and wingspan to tap it back out. Doesn't need it.
5-point lead, minute 12 to play. Sooners looking for one last gasp. Keep their postseason hopes alive in what has been a roller coaster of a season for Porter Moser. Here's McGee into the corner for Davis. Short, an air ball, and a foul when the shot went up as Ewan put McGee on the deck.
And there's that guy, McGee. Whether it's offensive rebounding or drawing fouls down low, he has been a problem for Malik Ewan on the defensive checkouts. He swings it. It looked like McGee was losing his footing a little bit. That's a tough break for Arkansas.
It's the 5th personal on Malik Ewan. It'll be 1-1 for Oklahoma.
He was trying to make contact and box out, but with McGee already off balance, it sort of looked like he shoved him unnecessarily. Tough break for Ewing.
7 points, 4 boards into the night for Ewing. And Mohamed McGee to the free throw line. McGee 72% from the line against league opponents this season.
This Oklahoma team has got to play smarter down the stretch. Porter Moser's been very upset. When they tried to press, they didn't deny like they were supposed to. They bail him out with a foul on the other end, and then they didn't really execute the play he wanted on this side, despite getting themselves to the free throw line. They've got to be flawless in this last 56 seconds.
Brazil had his hands on it. Davis gets it, and he's fouled.
Well, in Arkansas, playing a small lineup, if Trevor Brazil is your 5 right now, that makes you vulnerable to offensive rebounding. And if I'm John Calipari, I might consider getting him big in there. You got Nick Pringle with 2 fouls just to finish the rebound right here in case you get another miss by Oklahoma. You're just thin down low, and these aren't physical checkouts. You're just going towards the ball and unable to corral it with those 2 hands.
Davis knocks them both down. It's a 2-point game. Now Oklahoma needs a stop. Sooners have to have a win to keep their season alive. Acuff uses the screen from Richmond. Weaves back out with 9 to shoot. Drives on Davis. Rejected by McGee. Out of bounds off Oklahoma. Now only 5 on the shot clock.
Great timing by McGee there. And bringing some help over late. And one of the better one-on-one defensive possessions that time by Oklahoma on Acuff.
John Calipari screaming mad, wanted a foul. He takes a timeout. Should this have been whistled against Oklahoma? I don't see it.
I think that's one of the few times we've really just seen the one-on-one matchup with Acuff and Tay Davis. And if I'm Oklahoma, I would have liked to see 13 on him just a little bit more often.
Arkansas will have a baseline out of bounds with 5 seconds on the shot clock, and Oklahoma stop, and the Sooners will be in business with the shot clock off.
Joe Lunardi has called this the most important game of the night, given Oklahoma's bubble status, what it can do for them, what it can take away from others trying to get to Selection Sunday. Win or lose, if you're watching the Oklahoma Sooners, you've been paying attention. To me, it is tough to keep them out. All due respect to the other resumes, but if we're trying to get the best teams in, I understand the full body of work. But this Oklahoma team is just trying to squeak in and get a participation trophy. This is a team that could come in March Madness and do some damage. First, they got to get a critical stop right here.
Every bubble team in the world. And a quick foul by Brown. Darius Acuff Jr. delivers.
It's such a smart pull-up shot. If I'm a defender and there's 5 on the clock, I'm thinking, hey, he's gonna. If I'm there, he's gonna try to put this on the deck. And he surprises Brown by elevating right away. And man, he's shown you all 3 levels. If that's not an NBA type shot, I don't know what is. Fading away, yet still on balance. The confidence. And what Nick Saban say he learned a long time ago. Think players, not plays. Well, they ran a play for their player, but bottom line is get the ball to Acuff.
Xavier Brown is fouled out. Oklahoma trying to steal a timeout, get the sub in, and Porter Moser is drawing something up while they do it.
I will say, not to keep killing Arkansas with some of the defensive issues they've had. When your star player makes a dagger shot like that, make sure it's the dagger. I mean, the other team comes down the court and just gets a quick 2, almost like that play never happened. Now you're in a similar situation, even though Malik Thomas is at the free throw line.
First free throw attempt of the night for Thomas.
Malik Thomas at the line, shooting 2.
And the freshman from Pittsburgh can make it a 2-possession game with a make here. 5-star recruit, McDonald's All-America. Came to Arkansas to play for John Calipari, another Pittsburgh native. Monster free throw for Thomas. 4-point lead.
How good are these freshmen? Ice in their veins. A-Cup, then Thomas. It's all face guard right now. You got to be careful not to push off if you're Arkansas. Switch everything if you're Oklahoma.
A-Cup got tied up. They didn't call it, and now Pack will foul him. And send Darius A-Cup Jr. the free throw line. Pack might be saying, Joe Lindsay, I fouled him before the ball came in back. The third charge to Pack.
Well, I know they're trying to cover up the three-point line as Arkansas, but Billy Richmond's assignment is to take away Pack. And the other guy's got to play 4-on-4. Somebody's got to step up and get a stop.
A-Cup has 36 points. He's 9 for 10 from the free throw line tonight. Thomas delivered a moment ago. Can A-Cup do the same? Coaches have shook hands, but this crew is going to go to the monitor and make sure there shouldn't be a couple of tenths remaining.
I think they'll put a little bit on the clock. Was the ball off Arkansas? That should be ball game if Arkansas can just inbound it. Just slips right out of his hand.
They put .6 on the clock.
Tom, I thought that's as good of a look as you could get if you're Oklahoma. Nigel Pack, transition three. Billy Richmond was a little bit confused. Do we foul? Do we not? He gets clipped on a screen. Pretty good look for your red-hot three-point shooter. Just back iron.
Well, Dave Bradshaw, we had a fun season. We finished with a thriller. Nothing better than this one. And great to be back in Nashville. Great to get another run with you. Here's what's on the line. It'll be Ravi and Jimmy with Alyssa tomorrow. Semifinal number 1 on ESPN. Florida and Vanderbilt and 15 seed Ole Miss. The Cinderrebels look to continue their magical run. They got to figure out how to slow down Darius A-Cup Jr., who had the second best scoring night in Arkansas SEC Tournament history with 37. That earns him a visit with Alyssa Lang.
Darius, it feels like you are always so...
Got a high, quick release. And Eric Olin has given him a ton of freedom for a freshman.
9-0 run by the Lobos to claim the lead. Newman, kick corner. Simmons floats it up over Bouillon. Snaps the 9-0 surge. First points in nearly 3 minutes for the Aztecs. Hall shovels, up fakes, try to side. Hall! Little flat and short. Newman surging down the heart of the floor. Banker.
Those are ones you cannot allow if you're New Mexico. Newman Jr. sprints the ball down the floor just because of the pace he plays with. He created an opportunity because defense wasn't set.
Tannett fouled by Newman. We're seeing balance, Dan.
What a pace to the start of this game. It's been back and forth. Jake Hall, the freshman, don't let him get it going, or you'll see plenty of that. Sean Newman Jr. on the other end. You're watching Bracket Week, presented by Kubota.
Direct eye contact. Confident.
Paul?
Engaged. Kind of creepy.
Happy Monday.
It's an old school power move. The real power move? Having smart tools that'll keep up with changing trade rules.
Liz, we gotta get that Malaysian customs thing sorted.
Figured it out with FedEx. It shipped. Anything else?
Nope.
FedEx, the new power move.
Thinking of updating my kitchen?
Yeah?
Yes. This year, we are finally updating our kitchen. Doing subway tile and an ivory or eggshell. Cream, Maybe bone? Don't get me started on quartz. Big island. You ever heard of a waterfall?
For everyone who talks about doing that thing,
And over there,
but never does that thing,
sweet little breakfast nook.
Chase has financial guidance.
See how you can start saving to make this happen.
Really?
Really?
Really.
At home or in person.
You could also check out a Chase Money Skills workshop.
That's guidance from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
These are the elements of the scientific method. First, observe. Second, question. Third, hypothesize. Fourth, experiment. Fifth, test. 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 Now share results.
Reese's eggs are back, and we hit them somewhere you'll never find. Psych! We put them everywhere. Grocery stores and supermarkets, gas stations, and chiropractors' offices, bowling alleys and grocery stores, which we already mentioned. Reese's.
Lowe's knows when you need a new appliance, you need it fast. So we offer next-day delivery on hundreds of appliances. Plus, members save more, and we'll haul away your old one. When you need it fast, we've got you covered. Shop Lowe's today. We help, you save.
College basketball on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Kubota, your compact equipment provider. By AT&T, connecting changes everything. And by Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
The bright lights in Vegas, a one-point game, 8 in the paint for San Diego State. Their star, Miles Bird, the subject of tonight's Reese's Player Profile, the Defensive Player of the Year in the Mountain West.
They give him so much freedom on the defensive end of the floor because he's got great instincts. He's got the athleticism, but instinctually, he can get to a passing lane. He can contest a shot. If he's out of position, he can recover. He has been phenomenal on that end of the floor.
Foul to Newman, his first before the break. Let's go to Evan.
Yeah, we had a fun conversation with Miles this morning about how he, quote-unquote, gambles in game. And he said at times it does get him in trouble, but he liked to think of it more as how he baits guys into making mistakes. He reads an offensive player's eyes. He's really like a free safety out on the court. And he did play a little football, but he's been all hoops, obviously, for a while. But I liked how he described it as baiting more so than gambling.
I like that DB mentality. Slew of subs, including Magoon Guap coming in, who had been playing with a sleeve on his long injured knee until this tournament. And contact up top on Tenet. He fouls another entrant, the Aztecs' best on-ball defender, B.J. Davis Jr.
You know, to stay on the topic of Miles Bird, you got to give Brian Dutcher and his staff a ton of credit for recognizing the instincts that he plays with and giving him that freedom to go out and make plays. A lot of coaches aren't going to allow you to do that.
Taj DeBoerville, tip ball to Dixon Waters, and that said, while these Aztecs are long known for defense, that one a little short, pinballs out, off the fake, Davis hoists and misses. Block briefly had it, save, tip ball, Aztec ball. Moved the timer, it had gone to 30, should have gone to 20, and Block gets in. This is the best offensive team for the Aztecs under Brian Dutcher as a head coach, and maybe in the Mountain West era.
It really well could be, and a lot of it is because of the balance that this roster has. They've only got 3 guys that average in double figures on the year, but they've got a number of them that you have to game plan and prep for. They don't have that one main scorer like they have had in the past in Jaden Ledee or Malachi Flynn, but they've got a lot of good pieces that can attack you in different ways.
Foul to Chol, his third. So Guap hits. These are the numbers. The best scoring offense the Aztecs have had since 84-85. That was pre-RoboCop.
Pre-RoboCop. I love it, but in regards to their attack offensively, he gives you, Coach Dutcher gives you a lot of freedom to play in transition. After that, they play out of a lot of ball screens, dribble handoffs up top with occasional duck-ins for posts.
Here comes Hopt. Night vision on. Chol against Guap. Isolated. Touch pass corner. 7 to shoot. Hall has in the gym range. Hall, high kiss miss. On his back. He passes out to Charles. Shot clock violation.
That's the San Diego State defense that we alluded to in the open. 5 guys connected, will switch when necessary, always in the gap, swarming.
11-11.
And now with Guath in the game, it adds the shot blocking presence on the interior. His numbers in that area aren't what they were a season ago as a freshman, but a lot of it is due to the fact that he's been limited with injuries.
Dixon Waters snaps it off, and a foul off ball offensive. Is that going to be Heidi? That's going to be his second foul. He already had Farrell Compton at the table.
Take a look at the right side of your screen. Good call from the official there. Heidi not quite set on the first screen, ends up getting called on the second one.
He was highly impactful late game situation in the San Diego State win when New Mexico chose to foul him up 2 with a minute to go. Chol off the fake, drives to the rim, rejected! Fresh off the bench. And a tip ball out of bounds, it's Lobo ball.
San Diego State has depth, but one thing is if you're gonna crack that rotation, you have to bring it on the defensive end of the floor the second you step in. Farrell Compton does just that.
He's 6'7", but his wingspan is 7'3". Fighting through the double, a misfire for JT Rock. And these teams are fighting for loose balls. Lobo possession again.
Rock not able to finish on the interior. Loose ball ends up being knocked off of BJ Davis. Have to be aware of the inbounder Jake Hall here. So many offensive sets out of the baseline out of bounds are set up for a shooter.
Ball flips to Miller, to Javis Miller, on high. No. And tipped out of bounds by San Diego State. This is a long possession with a lot of bats out of play.
With a lot of long threes come long opportunity rebounds. San Diego State's got to make sure they shore up the boards.
This is happening with Bouillon on the bench. Miller to Chol, Watt contestant, Albury. Chol saves it. Chol trying to up and under, falling away. Rattles loose, and a whistle. That's going to go on Rock.
If it is on Rock, that's not particularly a smart foul. You've got to understand rebound that you can get to or not. It looks like the officials may be talking it over, confirming exactly who it is on.
And Kevin Brill twirled his index finger. Wanted to talk it over.
Almost looks like it could be called a hook and hold. Lead official Nate Harris walking over to take a look at it.
And we get confirmation.
The call on the floor is a common foul on San Diego State, number 24. The play is under further review for a potential flagrant foul.
So on Taj DeGorville. There was a hook and hold between this duo the last time these teams met up.
Well, DeGorville undersized against a lot of 4s and 5s in this league, but what he gives up in size, he doesn't lack in aggressiveness. In particular, that box out against the much bigger JT Rock.
A long-time point of emphasis. Yeah, there was a while where there was a subtlety or a nuance. It was hard to notice, but the NCAA has cracked down on this for a pretty long time.
They have, you're right. A couple years back, they really made it a point of emphasis. It was one of those plays where players that had the craftiness to them thought that maybe an official was in a position they couldn't see. They would hold an arm or wrist or maybe sometimes around a hip, not allowing a player to get to where they want. Take a look at the circled and highlighted area.
And part of it just trying to ensure player safety. You can see how prone and vulnerable he is there.
It could almost go on both players, to be honest with you. I think DeGorville starts it, but then JT Rock wraps him up a little bit as well.
You can see DeGorville pointing to him, insisting that He was victim more than perpetrator.
Yeah, that said, I don't think many players are going to admit to anything to get him a foul.
It'll just be a common foul.
After review, the call on the floor of a common foul on white number 24 has been confirmed. It's going to be New Mexico ball on the baseline with 20 seconds on the shot clock.
You agree?
I think that's a tremendous piece of officiating. There's no need to add anything else to that.
Offensive rebounds, Lobo 6-2. 4 have come on this long possession. In the Lobo win, Bouillon alone had 9 offensive rebounds, more than the Aztecs did as a team in that game. Albury able to finish. There was contact there.
There was contact, and that is a 6'2" guard going up against the size and length of San Diego State's interior.
Well, the Bad News Bears would be proud. They are letting the play. It has been physical at the start here. A storied rivalry coming to a conference close. Dixon Waters foul. Now some jaggedness arriving in this game.
Oh, look at that finish from Dayton Albury. If you are a guard attacking a bigger player at the rim, go into their chest. Takes away the advantage of the length that they have.
That's his second foul.
You're going to have to keep an eye on that. Both teams do have great depth.
And it looks like there's confusion over who the foul should be on. You can just see the mouth of, I want to make sure I got the right guy, because there was no sub. It looks like Eric Olin doesn't believe it's on Albury.
Well, the stat sheet in front of us that updates after every possession says this 2 fouls on Albury.
And Albury seemed uncertain as a raised index finger was put up to confirm after checking with the book. It's on number 1. Albury looked to the bench, but there's no motion to take him out.
On that replay, though, it looked as if the foul should have been called on to Javis Miller reaching in the gap.
DeGorville in and out. Rock's got it. Here comes Luke Haupt from San Diego. One of many with San Diego ties on this Lobo team. Albury. Miller off the fake, trying to drive on.
If you're going to foul in that situation, you cannot let the big get through contact, get the ball up on the rim. Magoon Guath, the strength, the length to finish it after Jake Hall tries to foul. When we come back, Guath will be at the line for a 3-point play opportunity.
This is the week. Hopes and dreams are on the line. Where everything can change.
Explosive!
Conference chaos unfolds with 10 championships up for grabs. Win this and you're dancing.
Who will go all the way?
Don't miss Bracket Week on CBS Sports Network.
The big, shiny, really big watch. Classic corporate power move. But the real power move? Having next-level control of shipments across your supply chain.
Mark, do you mind?
FedEx, the new power move.
Hi. Hi. Chocolate fundraiser. With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly. Deposit checks easily and send money quickly. That's convenience from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Don't worry.
You can't prevent sick days, but you can prepare with Kleenex lotion tissues that protect, soothe, and moisturize your skin for whatever happens next. Grab Kleenex.
Who's in? Who's out? March Madness is about to begin. The NCAA Men's Basketball Championship Selection Show on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
quiet coming up. AT&T at the half. Brent Stover and the crew will be up from their nappy. It's after 1 a.m. Roy Hibbert needs his beauty time. It's AT&T at the half. Rothstein. May will come soon enough. It's March. What did you expect? With Rothstein on set, it's the best time of year for him. You're right, he doesn't sleep until May. Probably between the time the camera recorded that and it went live, he probably fired off about 50 tweets. You saw that foul concern there. There are 5 men with 2, including a number of impactful regulars. Is there any player or side you think it impacts more? Well, here's the thing. So far, we've had big moments for a lot of different guys, whether it's a block at the rim from Uriah Tenet, Sean Newman Jr. coming up with a couple steals. Big finishes underneath from Bouillon. Everybody has stepped up to the challenge so far tonight. Albury and Hall each playing with 2. Lost the first to double digits. That free throw gives him 10 points. Albury up top Tenet on the tight skip. Given a window, take it, make the mid-range game. He is so shifty. His ability to stop, start, change directions makes him a difficult cover. DeGorville wanted the ball. Fire taken away by Hall. Albury saying throw it up. He fights, tips. Aztecs. DeGorville. Weaving with the dribble. Guath straight away. Little short. Davis had it. Hit. I think that's Hall's third. Missed a block out. Ended up creating contact late. And immediately a second sub to the table. They had Bouillon ready, but Hopt is going to come in as well. And Hall is done presumably until half. Sometimes as a coach, you got to roll the dice. You got to trust your players. Look at the left-hand side of your screen. Hall is caught ball watching as the ball goes up, turns, finds B.J. Davis, but doesn't make contact. Last of the one-and-ones, a top 5 free throw shooter in the Mountain West in B.J. Davis. Each team at 9, so double bonus rest of the way. And the best freshman shooter in America now buried on the bench. Davis, who had the tough 15-footer in the first matchup that proved the difference against the Lobos. Largest lead for the Aztecs, Albury. Tenet. Weak side, Bouillon with outside position on Guath. Wrap it around off the iron. Oh, and a savvy move there by Davis. That's the third on Albury. So 2 critical players for New Mexico have 3 fouls apiece in the first half. Starting backcourt for the Lobos, each with 3, as you mentioned. Bouillon doing a tremendous job working on the offensive glass. Isn't able to convert. Had he made this, wouldn't have put Albury in a position to pick up his third. Good job from B.J. Davis of not being in a hurry. Too many times you'll see players in a frenetic pace game like this. The second they get the rebound, they're in a hurry to get the ball off the floor. That time with his patience, making sure he had full responsibility with that basketball, was able to draw that foul. 2 critical players for New Mexico, Albury and Hall. Chol is back in. So Davis salts the lead. Here come the Lobos. Their depth tested some in this first. Tenet, who's been up to the task. Can Hopt emerge? Under-recruited out of high school, went D2. Now taking on the flagship team of his hometown. 3 seconds. Miller hoists. A foul! 3 free throws! Guath got him! Ryan Dutcher is beside himself. But if you're Magoon Guath in that situation, the shot clock's winding down, you've got a length advantage. Use it to your advantage. You don't need to crowd a shooter. That's a good call from the official.
So 3 shots for Tajavis Miller. The first is in and out. He was the 6th man of the year in the Summit at North Dakota State last year. And had his best game as a collegian in their conference tournament when he dropped 26 on South Dakota. Rock to the table to sub. And he'll come on for Bouillon.
With the foul issues that New Mexico has with Albury and Hall, Bouillon, luckily, if you're a Lobo fan, doesn't have any, but you want to make sure he doesn't pick up any, and that could become an integral point later on in this game.
So Miller gets a couple. Bird. Give to Watt. Behind the screen, Davis. Great pass underneath. High kiss, mate. What a dish.
What a dish. Terrific catch as well from DeGorville. Looked like a tight end going across the middle with that catch.
Davis knocked it free. Saved by Dixon Waters. Bird can field DeGorville, who'll slow it up. Minute and a half. Long two rejected by Joel. Tanet skips to Hop.
That's the freedom that he plays with that sometimes comes to hurt the Aztecs. Bird flying in from the weak side, leaves his feet as Miller is trying to corral that loose ball, lands on top of him, put Miller back to the free throw line.
That's his second on Bird. He is the 4th Aztec with 2. What's worse, to have 4 men with 2 or 2 critical players with 3?
That's a toss-up right there. And if you're New Mexico and you can weather the storm the way they have, and you cut it to 2, possibly a chance to go to 1 and get a stop here, you're feeling good about yourself going into the half, because those 2 have 3 fouls, but you also haven't shot it well from the perimeter with Tanet and Hall.
Bouillon remains on the bench. Free throw miss. Aztecs have it. A 1+ second differential. Are you holding?
I think you played for the last shot here. You can shoot it with 2 or 3 on the shot clock. If you shoot it too much earlier than that, it gives New Mexico a chance to get a rebound, race it down the floor. You're San Diego State. You're not too concerned about getting an offensive putback.
4 seconds. Davis. Tight make. And we'll get a timeout from New Mexico. The use it or lose it with the clock frozen at 2.9. We'll be back with the close of the first. Timeout, New Mexico, and a notable sub. Jay Call with 3 fouls is going back in. What does Eric Olin draw up length of the floor?
Well, it very well could be for him because he's a spectacular three-point shooter. But the other thing it does, 2.9 seconds, you have time to get 1, maybe 2 dribbles at most up the floor. But because Hall is such a good shooter, gravity, the defense is going to pull to him. It might create an opportunity for another Lobo pushing it up the floor.
Do they have a Bryce Drew Pop triggers. To net. Puts it up. 4-point game at the break. This first half was intense.
It has been back and forth action. Exactly what we expected here between these two traditional powers in the Mountain West.
A lot of fouls. We go to Evan.
Sean, back and forth first half. How did you guys grab control here going into the break?
I think just by getting stops and rebounding. That's something we emphasize coming into this game. We know that's what will get us the win.
Their top two guards, Albury and Hall, both have 3 fouls. What can you do to take advantage of that?
Attack them on the offensive end, and then just be solid on defense. Don't give them nothing easy.
Sean, thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. He had the 6 early. Aztecs have the lead at halftime, 37-33. After these messages, wake them up. It's AT&T in the half. Get them ready, live feed. It's Bracket Week, presented by
Kubota. With the Mountain West app, it's your game, your way. Designed for superfans like you, so that you'll never miss a play. We've got you covered with free access to thousands of Mountain West games, from your phone to the big screen. Stream live games, watch highlights, and unlock exclusive content anytime. Download the app today.
This is San Diego State University, where every possibility shines with Southern California life. And the ideas that drive you will come to light. You'll join a vibrant community cheering for the spirit of play, with world-class academic programs that help you meet the future where it's going, in a setting that will spark your imagination. Dare to discover the unknown.
I'm surrounded by water and humiliation. If you come prepared, I will find you, and I will crown you at the Players' Championship on NBC and Peacock.
The CVS Epic Beauty Sale is on. Get $10 off when you spend $30 through March 14th.
A century ago, our founders made a promise to always take care of their own. That promise is still at the heart of everything we do, and why our members know we'll do what's right. Because at USAA, we take care of our own.
Taco Bell's new Lutz Value Menu. 10 extravagant indulgences, all $3 or less.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Unfortunately, I did not check who was behind me at the game. I love you! I love you! You could save 100.
That's when Mr. Pibb is just getting started. When Mr. Pibb texts you up, it's not a question, it's a promise. Because trust, one sip, you up.
Bull kick up cherry. Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
Only on Paramount Plus. This is AT&T at the half. Connecting changes everything.
Well, it has officially come to this. We are in pajamas. All of us except, of course, Sean Rothstein. He will not sleep until
Giddy up. I'm going to sleep in my suit. Roy, get up.
Roy's asleep.
Roy, get up.
Roy, we got a halftime to do.
Come on, man.
Come on.
It's 1:30 a.m. Eastern time. It's come to this. You look great, by the way, Ice. Good job. Welcome inside our New York studios. He's John Rothstein, Ice Young. You know everybody here. Roy here, Brent Stover. Hey, there's so much on the line. We're having
12
fun.
hours of sleep usually.
It's 37-33 in a massive, massive bubble game here.
Listen, I'm awake because of how the Aztecs are playing. They are playing a fast-paced basketball game, getting out in transition because of their defense, and it has been electric to watch them score the basketball. The first half of the Aztecs, they're hooping.
Wake up, Roy. What do you got?
Obviously, they're playing really well. They're getting up and down, but obviously they need to, cut down on the turnovers for sure.
All right, there you go. Get you caught up in the rest of bracket week going on around the country. The Big 12 had us all on our feet as they battled on the new court, which looked a lot like the old court from the last couple of days. Iowa State, Arizona, and this was a heck of a game. 2-point game with 2.5 to play, John.
Anthony Del Orso with that 3, and then Iowa State down 3. Taman Lipsonite Arizona wins the Classic in Kansas City. But, Brent, who would they play?
Oh, man, it would be either Kansas or Houston. And, Roy, this turned out to be a one-sided affair.
Yeah, it got out of hand very quickly. Well, Emmanuel Sharp will get it to Chris Sinak. He will knock down the three. Now, I want you guys to see this possession. Flemings, he will knock down this three. Hey, you know what? This was Kansas' largest loss. 22 points in the Big 12 tournament. It's in school history. Kansas had the fewest points ever, 47 points in a Big 12 tournament game.
Wow, 69.
On the inside, how about the defense and the Razorbacks survive?
Going to be tough to sleep the next couple of nights for Oklahoma. Ole Miss, what a run it's been as the 15th seed against Alabama. Big three, Rebels up by 7 late, Roy.
You got more Ilias Kamardine on this highlight. Look at this fadeaway in the middle of the lane. Less than a minute to go. Alabama down 5. Taylor Bowen gets into the lane, uses the glass right there, looking good. Less than a second to go. There's a heave. Will it go? No, sir. The Rebels beat the Crimson Tide 80-79.
Okay, Big Ten. UCLA 6 seed and the 3 seed Michigan State.
Yeah, scary scene right here, Brent. Tyler Bilodeau leaves the game. After the game, Mick Cronin said he had a sprained knee, but UCLA did not miss a step without him. Sky Clark's 3 makes it 78-71. Bruins up by 5, then Jeremy Fears to Kurt Tang. Look at the shooter's touch right there, 80-78, 80-80. Sky Clark, Brandon Williams makes a key layup. He was huge in Bilodeau's absence. UCLA playing great basketball, played the last 25 minutes of that game without Tyler Bilodeau.
How does all this impact the bubble? That's the next question. Also in her pajamas, joining us to discuss just that is Mackenzie Brooks.
Yeah, shout out the slipper edition as well. It's a PJ party over at the bubble, and Oklahoma has officially gone to bed. The only 2 teams awake, New Mexico and San Diego State. Here's what happened. Oklahoma loses their game. They move to the first 4 out. That's going to knock down other teams. New Mexico and San Diego State, whoever loses this game, completely eliminated. The winner will bump up ahead of Oklahoma. So Oklahoma, the first 4 team out. This will change by the end of tonight or this morning. You look over here, again, essentially everybody is done play. SMU potentially, depending on the metrics of the winner of this matchup, could see themselves moving to the first 4 out, and depending on the dominance of this win, we could see them officially move in to the last 4 in. Again, we have to remember, even if you win this game, you do have to go on to win the Mountain West Conference to stay in the Big Dance.
Yep.
What do you think, John?
VCU can't lose that game against St. Joe's on Saturday right here on CBS Sports Network. If they do, out of the bracket.
Yeah, VCU definitely needs to have a big game from their big guy, Lazar Djokovic. He has been having a great season. Numbers are a little bit down right now, but he needs to get that back up and get the ball moving. Give me some assists.
Control your own destiny. That's all I got to say. That was my mantra as a college player this time of year. Control your own destiny.
Oh, man, we got a couple of teams trying to do that right now. Reese, Dixon, Waters, what a career it's been, and a big 20 minutes coming up.
Wasn't available last year due to injury, but now the hyphen thriving for San Diego State. Aztecs up by 4 in the desert.
These are the elements of the scientific method. First, observe. Second, question. Third, hypothesize. Fourth, experiment. Fifth, test. 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 Now share results.
You can't prevent sick days, but you can prepare with Kleenex lotion tissues that protect, soothe, and moisturize your skin for whatever happens next. Grab Kleenex.
Lowe's knows when you need a new appliance, you need it fast. So we offer next day delivery on hundreds of appliances. Plus, members save more, and we'll haul away your old one. When you need it fast, we've got you covered. Shop Lowe's today. We help, you save.
What if you could look forward 1 year, 4 years, 40 years? What does the future look like? How will you ignite it? This is where the future gets fueled, where ideas come to life and identities flourish. This is where we define opportunity as individuals and as a pack. Being a Lobo is about so much more than the classes you take. It's about the mark you make on your world. Because the journey starts here, but it never ends. What will you ignite?
It's Bedlam tonight here in Boise.
The crowd
First semifinal tonight, CBS Sports Network in the Mountain West, Nevada, the top seed Utah State.
Utah State up here. Drake Allen with the feed to Carson Temple, and watch your head. He is not playing in the paint. Utah State trying to extend their lead. It's Adlon El-Amin. That's tough, mean corner from the three. And then it was all Aggies in this. MJ Collins Jr. operates in the lane. The spin cycle lost his defender, and the Aggies win are headed to the Mountain West Championship.
79-66. They await the winner of this one. What are you looking for second half?
Oh, for the Lobos, they usually don't go deep into their bench, or maybe they don't have that much of a bench. They're very front-loaded in terms of if they're scoring, but they got to find some ways to score from the bench. 9-21, that is not acceptable. They got to keep going if they want to keep their season alive.
Only the true junkies are still with us right now, but you better believe every single team that's monitoring the bubble is locked into this game.
John, it doesn't get a whole lot better. It is almost 2 a.m. in the East. And
20 minutes for one of these teams.
Not immortality just yet. 60 minutes.
60 minutes till immortality, but a spot on CBS tomorrow.
Incredible in the title game tomorrow night. Second half next. We are back with you with our next show after the game.
Thank you for watching AT&T at the Half.
When you need a new appliance, you need it fast. So we offer next-day delivery on hundreds of appliances. Plus, members save more, and we'll haul away your old one. When you need it fast, we've got you covered. Shop Lowe's today.
Dry eyes still gritty? Let them feel
MyBo.
Remove contact lenses before using MyBo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about prescription dry eye drop MyBo.
Chicken Al Pastor is back at Chipotle, where fire meets flavor, where heat
The 3 for Me, only at Chili's, serves up the Big QP for just $10.99. And that's 85% more beef than some quarter-pound burger. Yeah, hey, fast food, this is how you value meal. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
You mastered your mind. And all the while, you were on the train home. Audible. There's more to imagine when you...
It's over 500 million items? He knew.
New patio.
She knew.
Cool outfit.
He knows now. And knowing is a beautiful thing.
Who knew?
The Walmart you thought you knew is now new.
Oh, the energy is high here in Vegas. A 4-point affair at the break. John and Dan here courtside. Evan with us in just a little bit. What a wild first half.
It was a great first half. There were swings both ways for San Diego State, for New Mexico. But at the end of the game, at the end of the half, you get the sense that both teams understand what's at stake, and that's the chance to still be in the conversation for the NCAA tournament.
Yeah, this is a de facto elimination game. Magoon Guaf, a great first stanza.
Oh, he's such a versatile player. He can space the floor, knock it down from deep beyond the three-point line. He can push it in transition. He's got the skill to finish.
The Lobos, they live with the 3.
They do. 5 of 13 in that first half, and they come in different ways. Drive and kick when you create a crowd, but Jay Carr, his only made 3 was off of his own creating of space. You'll need more of that if you're New Mexico.
Our AT&T game summary, a lot of the special categories went to the Aztecs, including bench and fast break.
Yeah, fast break point advantage, 14-2. New Mexico has to shore that up.
For the Lobos, Luke Hopp got the nod today. He caught up with Evan moments ago.
Luke, coming out of that locker room, what are the priorities now for the second half? Yeah, what are the priorities now for the second half?
Yeah, we just continue to play physical.
Yeah, you mentioned the turnovers, 9 in that first half. What are the coaching points on how to avoid them?
Yeah, I mean, we had a few early, just kind of getting the feel for the game. And then they're raking out the ball really hard, so we got to be stronger with it.
Luke, thanks.
Thank you.
Son of a coach, his dad, one of the winningest in San Diego high school history. He played for him at St. Augustine. The Aztecs have the ball as we begin the second. A de facto elimination game for tournament aspirations. You lose, you're done. You win, you could be in. But any chance only preserved with a victory.
That's a big could this year. So many teams on the bubble seemingly don't want to go. They've lost in the conference tournament.
Called away, Newman. Weak side tip by Hall. Here's Bullion. Fumbles to Albury, playing with 3 fouls. So is Jake Hall. Hounded by Bird. On a switch, he's got Albury. Shoves him to the ground and banks it home.
A lot of contact was allowed on that time. Miles Bird not quite set, which is why he didn't get the call.
For the Aztecs, Miles Heide picked up 2 at the 13.5-minute mark. Sat the rest of the way. Tay Simmons had 2 by the 8.5-minute mark. Sat the rest of the way. So there could be rust among some of the regulars. Simmons on the spin, contested by Bullion, a foul. That'll be the first on New Mexico's bid. This is what the national scene is looking like. An update, SMU, according to our bracketology, now among the last 4 in. The winner of this game is projected to overtake Oklahoma for the #1 spot among first 4 out.
You can tell that each of these teams and players know exactly what is on the line. It's a shame that the Mountain West isn't going to have the opportunity, so it looks like as of now, to have multiple teams in the NCAA tournament, unless one of these 2 can win the title against Utah State. This is a league that has traditionally sent multiple teams. Last year, 4 went. They've been undervalued by the committee many times in recent years.
I thought Brian Dutcher put it so well today. Mountain West hasn't been a 1-bid league since 2017, and that is only Mountain West tournament title.
And if you look at it, yes, Utah State clearly has been the best team from start to finish in the league, but teams 2 through 7, and you can even throw 8 in there, have been really good at times. They just haven't been as consistent, maybe as necessary. They don't have the opportunities that the power conference teams have to stack up quad 1 and quad 2 wins.
9 of the timer, Albury into Newman. Baker miss. And Brian Dutcher framed it as all the mid-major and what he called the Mountain West mid-major plus teams are essentially in one conference. So if the WCC sends 3, that's taking a bid from the Mountain West and from all of its near peers.
He did explain it extremely well.
Heide knocked away by Hall, but able to reset, put it home.
Hall got lucky, didn't get called for a foul there. Swiped down at it, but got more ball than hand.
Hopped, driving on Simmons. Albury's been particularly aggressive. It's something that Eric Olin said was critical, his rim pressure. Albury spaces today. Finds Hop. 8 to shoot. Going right at Bird. Banker. Eric Olin clapping his hands, nodding his head, saying, yes, drive, drive.
Well, one way you can attack pressure is with pressure of your own. Too many times teams will play against San Diego State and they will wilt against that pressure.
Heide, sharp dribble. Dixon Waters has been somewhat quiet. He pops. Misses. Foul. Let's check in with Evan.
Yeah, guys, caught up with Eric Olin to talk about Hall and Albury and the 3 fouls and how to approach it in the second half. And he said, look, I'm going to let them play. Show your hands, obviously try to avoid fouls. He said, look, we're aggressive with guys with 2 and with 3 fouls. It's just a matter of them trying to stay out of the next 2.
They're welcoming that challenge, that last foul to Heide. That is his 3rd. And a foul off ball as Dixon Waters tried to cut.
Great usage of the screen there from Hall. It came off shoulder to him on the screen from Bullion. Dixon Waters had no choice because he was behind to create contact. Gets called for the foul.
His first. Hall, tough 3 miss. Tipped by Bird, ripped down by Simmons. Heide trying to space. He wants the ball. He is battling with Hop.
This is where San Diego State at times gets stagnant offensively. They don't always have great spacing because they don't shoot it great.
The board by Bullion. Albury somehow got that to go.
A stop and go to the nifty finish from Dayton Albury.
He has been fearless. Now picking up Newman.
It's the shades. It's got to be the shades.
It is a cool look. Heide rainbow over the backboard, out of bounds.
That's not necessarily the shot that San Diego State wants. A trail three for Miles Heide. Both coaches going to talk it over, but San Diego State up to Tay Simmons with the finish. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Bracket Week, presented by Kubota.
Late to everything on purpose. Never sitting, just perching. The tardy hawk, dominating her natural habitat. Classic power move. But the real power move?
So, where are we with the Westport lab samples?
Delivered and temperature stable.
Great.
Having end-to-end visibility for temperature-controlled healthcare shipping. FedEx, the new power move.
Thinking of updating my kitchen? Yeah? Yes. This year, we are finally updating our kitchen. Doing subway tile and an ivory or eggshell. Cream, maybe bone. Don't get me started on quartz. Big island. You ever heard of a waterfall counter?
For everyone who talks about doing that thing,
right over there,
but never does that thing,
sweet little breakfast nook.
Chase has financial guidance.
See how you can start saving to make this happen.
Really?
Really?
Really.
At home or in person.
You could also check out a Chase Money Skills workshop.
That's guidance from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
That is as pure as it gets. Is that any good? Incredible. Oh my goodness.
Lowe's knows when you need a new appliance, you need it fast. So we offer next day delivery on hundreds of appliances. Plus, members save more. And we'll haul away your old one. When you need it fast, we've got you covered. Shop Lowe's today. We help, you save.
You can't prevent sick days, but you can prepare with Kleenex lotion tissues that protect, soothe, and moisturize your skin. For whatever happens next, grab Kleenex.
Catch more conference tournament action tomorrow on CBS Sports Network. A-10 semifinals underway. 1 Eastern, St. Louis Dayton, followed by VCU St. Joe's in the second semi. Then don't miss the championship game Sunday, 1 Eastern on CBS. Could a bid feed come from the A-10, from the MAC, from the SEC with a 15? Ole Miss is on to the semis.
Well, that Ole Miss, that 15 seed in the SEC, has started to get on a little bit of a run, creating a little bit of weariness from some fans of teams that are on the bubble. Chris Beard, a phenomenal coach, got Texas Tech a number of years ago to the Final Four. Ole Miss has struggled this year, but coach against him in a loser out, that is a difficult tall task.
Oh, what a screen by Hall. Rock, short. Heidi's got it.
Rock got to the front of the rim, but a power outage wasn't able to elevate and finish.
A de facto elimination game for tournament aspirations. How monumental has this matchup been in Mountain West tournament history? 7 prior clashes. All 7 times the winner took the title. Bird, bobbled corner, settled by Dixon Waters, contested 3, no. Tenet's got it, Bird undercut the foul.
He creates so many problems that as an opponent you have to figure out on the fly, because he plays with a reckless abandon. This time crashes from the short corner to the front of the rim. Chol late in the rotation, back for the block out, just enough contact to warrant a foul.
Foul to Tenet, his second. Heide. Wath wants it. Sharp dribble, double comes, he felt it. Quick close by Tenet, 9 to shoot. Wath screen, on a switch, he's got hot, 6 to shoot. Heide, 4 to shoot. Heide, off the iron, block follow. How long until Hall lets it rip from deep? Tenet.
They've been so focused on Hall. Even when they switch, they're late to leave him. They don't want to let him get going.
Today, inside position, Heidi out of bounds. It will be Lobo ball. Farrell Compton to sub for the Aztecs.
Good step through by Miles Heidi. Not able to finish, but Magoon Guath on the other side helping out his partner.
Heidi is out. Compton in. Rock off the spin. Verticality. Davis has it. Davis coast to coast draws the foul. The Aztec bench is feeling the fire. The Lobo bench despondent and quiet. Well, Davis to the line. Make sure to tune in to the 2026 Reese's College All-Star Game, April 3rd, live at 3:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on CBS Sports Network. San Diego State currently +4 in points at the line. In and out. Chol.
Had him start tonight here in the Mountain West Conference Tournament. Good to see that young man knock down a triple and impact the game.
Another rebound for Bouillon. Well on his way to another double-double. He averages a double-double on his season. Backdoor Hall off the up fake, taken by Bird, foul.
Well, Hall finally had an opportunity for a scorer off the back cut, but the convergence of multiple defenders from the weak side took it all away quickly. Another look at that Chol three. They're so focused on Jake Hall in that pick and roll that he gets the pop, the knockdown three.
Foul to Compton. That is his third. Chol showing the shape. Albury off the fake. With the shades on. He'll go to the line. And the whistles are piling up here, Dan.
Well, you expect this to be a physical matchup. You expect the officials to keep it in line, which they've done a great job of, but as a player, you have to adjust.
Fourth foul on Compton. Let's go to Evan.
We're starting to see Thomas Bouillon warm up on the boards. We had a fun conversation with him about where that arc comes from, and he credited his time as a soccer goalie growing up in Croatia. He played the position from the age 8 to 15. He was really into it, but he grew out of the position. Kind of 6'4" is the max, as he put it, but the anticipation you need to play that position has really translated to playing hoops and really owning the glass.
I love that. You need so many instincts as a keeper as well. Albury off. Yeah, he was a massive impact in the regular season meetings with the Aztecs. Last time 24 and 18. Far quieter tonight. Ryan Dutcher thought a foul as Davis got hit and lost the ball out of bounds.
It looked as if B.J. Davis just stumbled over his own feet there. Another look at it. Well, he tripped over Albury's left foot.
Albury showing the handle against Dixon Waters. Tied up and a foul. Dixon Waters felt jump.
Albury creates so much attention when he attacks the rim. He's a capable three-point shooter, but he's most comfortable putting the ball on the deck, putting the defense in rotation. If you're late, he can finish. If not, he sprays it out to shooters.
And he gets to the line a lot. Just outside of the top 10 of the Mountain West in free throw takes and makes.
It's such an advantage to have a guard that can get downhill. He's big enough, strong enough to either finish or handle that pressure and get himself to the free throw line.
Last foul to Dixon Waters, his second, team's fifth. We got a lot of time. Bonus could be a major factor in this game. Tipped by Hall. 5 to shoot. Bird on high. Cho couldn't handle, out of bounds. Aztec ball. The energy in here is excellent. What a fitting finale to the greatest rivalry in the Mountain West.
Well, each of these two schools have tremendous home court advantages and fan bases that year in, year out travel to Las Vegas for this tournament. They've had a great response tonight. You can feel the energy in the Thomas and Mack.
The lower bowl is saturated. Oh, great pass to Bird.
Talk about his instincts defensively at that time. Great recognition of reading a slip opportunity on the baseline out of bounds.
Hall has one made bucket. When can he spring free? Albury squirts sideline, Lobo ball. And Hop's going to sub in.
Miles Bird sets the screen for Dixon Waters. A little miscommunication on defensive assignment allows the cut to the rim for the layup.
Albury gets a breather. Bouillon. Bouillon against Guap. Double comes. Rejected. DeGorville behind the Guap screen. Feed the screener. Right at the cup.
His length allowed him to reach back behind, corral that errant pass, and finish.
Hall was lurking at the logo. Tenet rattles it in. Can feel the Aztecs take a breath, walk into nuts. PJ Davis hit by Bouillon. That'll be his second.
Magoon Guad off the pass from Taj DeGorville. The Inspector Gadget arms go get it to the finish. Before Uriah Tenet, nifty little floater in the lane over the outstretched arms of the defense.
Caitlin Clark from the logo.
You know, life would be easier if I could do everything from the logo.
Allow me to assist.
Answer is Sheboygan.
Good match. P-E-Z-O-L.
Bottom row.
From the logo. State Farm with the assist.
With Skyrizi, I saw dramatically clearer skin. And most people were clearer even at 5 years.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
With Skyrizi, nothing on my skin means everything. Ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi today. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Reese's meets Oreo. Now you meet our Reese's Oreo Cups. It's the collab everyone's been asking for. Who knew giving in to peer pressure could taste this good? Oh, wait. Guess you did.
Can I get a Bud Light? Sorry, the bar's not open yet. Oh, it's not for me. It's for the bride. She said, can I get the clean, crisp taste of a Bud Light? Her words, not mine. She wants 3.
She wants more of those deviled eggs, too.
Anything for the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light.
You're watching Bracket Week presented by Kubota. 2-point till San Diego State, New Mexico. The winner is on to face Utah State for the title. The man without fear, the daredevil, Dayton Albury.
They picked up 3 fouls in the first half, but it hasn't slowed him here in the second. Continuing to attack the paint off dribble penetration. Big, strong point guard who plays with a lot of pace is not worried about picking up that fourth because of how he consistently attacks shoulder to the hip of the defender. Right off the hip, you don't put yourself in a position to be called for an offensive foul as opposed to if you were to go straight into the chest terrific job of playing with physicality by Dayton Albury.
If the Lobos were to make it, he would take out his former squad. He was a big part of Utah State last year as we go to Evan.
Yeah, good sign from Magoon Guath that he can play this amount of minutes, because the guy who replaced him in the starting lineup, Pace Simmons, the freshman, the bruiser inside, dealing with some cramping. So he spent most of his time on that bike trying to get some fluids in him. He's only played 9 minutes and 27 seconds in this game, guys.
Good eyes there, Evan. Thank you. Free throw made, fouled it to net, his third.
And we've touched on the injuries to Guath throughout the year, but San Diego State missing their starting point guard for most of the season. Elsie Harrington as well. Missed about 8 games or so, middle of the Mountain West Conference play. Came back for a couple. He's not able to play today due to a foot injury. He has done a tremendous job as a freshman of orchestrating their offense. Not much of a scorer, but does so many of the little things to calm them down.
He was the preseason Mountain West Freshman of the Year, a national top 75 recruit. Jake Hall is a far better shooter than what he has shown so far. 1 for 8, including 1 of 5 from deep.
Well, he's the guy who doesn't need a lot of space to get open and get hot in a hurry.
Tanet has been creative, just about artistic with his own game. Albury has had feel. Off the bounce, wraparound, Bouillon. Tanet, got Bird in the air. Follows, misses, Bouillon, rejected. Bird to Hall, to Tanet.
What a scramble. The hands from Hall to recover it.
And a foul on that inline drive, bumped by B.J. Davis. It'll be his first.
Tanet would like to have that second one back. Misses the baseline floater, which is a difficult shot, but can't quite get the second one to go down.
Newman and Heidi return for San Diego State. That last foul, by the way, the Aztecs 6th. So the Lobos, who will send Bouillon out, rock in. They'll have bonus rest of the way. Bird gets a breather as well.
And with how Albury's attacking the paint, he could be making a number of marches to the free throw line.
Hall, catch, shoot. Off target, hot. Hall and Hoptail from San Diego. Albury. Watt got it.
He went up about 12 feet to get that rebound in traffic.
Newman, almost 250 assists to set the Louisiana Tech and Conference USA record last year. That record for the Aztecs held by Tony Gwynn. He is tied for the game high with 14.
And Heidi's really favoring that right hand, his left. You mentioned it, previous possession, looks like something happened.
Good idea to Newman, but he couldn't handle out of bounds. Lobo ball. Well, he is clutching at that lower wrist, low part of the hand area. Sergio Ibarra's got a lot of work. Heidi goes right to his athletic trainer as Guath is back. Watch his hand.
As he's going for that rebound, looks as if the left hand was banged into Albury's midsection.
Point blank miss. Rock, drop step. Too strong. New Mexico is tied at single game season high with a 17th offensive rebound. We have 8 minutes to go in regulation. Watt screen for Newman, Hall over top. Watt carves space, Dixon Waters, quick low. In and out. Watt tumbles out of bounds. Send it the other way. The rivalry in the Mountain West. The final matchup, a tight physical affair.
These are the elements of the scientific method. First, a observe. Second, question. Third, hypothesize. Fourth, experiment. Fifth, test. 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 Now share results.
I don't think they'll take that here.
Of course they take Discover. It's accepted in 99% of places.
99%? I didn't know that.
You're stuck in the past, baby.
You're the one who owns 13 pairs of parachute pants?
Well, fashion is cyclical. They'll be back. Right? Hopefully.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide. Earn cash back at all of them.
We never asked them to be the best. We just expected them to do their best.
Sports has always been a foundational part of our family. And so that's what drives me.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Family is the most important thing.
Nature's Bounty.
Your body uses magnesium in over 300 reactions.
Nature's Bounty supplements your whole body health with high absorption magnesium. Nature's Bounty. It's in your nature.
Okay, you can stop asking for Reese's Oreo Cups because we literally made Reese's Oreo Cups. And they taste, sorry, amazing. That's probably why you asked for them in the first place, huh? Smart.
Stakes are about as high as they come. The final bragging rights in a bitter rivalry, and ultimately whoever loses almost assuredly eliminated from NCAA tournament possibility. Let's go to Evan.
Yeah, about a minute ago, guys, we saw starting forward Miles Heide for San Diego State collide, and his left wrist, as you can see here, gets bent in a really awkward way with Albury. He immediately grabbed it, came to the sideline, as you can see with the athletic training staff and team doctors. He is now in the back having it x-rayed in significant pain. Once we get any further information, we'll let you know.
Appreciate that, and he is left-handed, by the way. Lobo starting to heat up a bit from three. That could easily be a difference. San Diego State has struggled from outside this tournament. Hot. Against Bird, the defensive player of the year, bucket.
Because Jake Hall sets that screen, they're so worried about him getting open. Magungwa denies the return pass, gives Hop enough time to back down to the post position, ultimately finishing.
Tied. Aztecs have led for 25 minutes. To Gorville. To Davis. Got shown in the air, went right at Rock. Whistle.
Such patience from Luke Hopt on this pick and roll. Doesn't have anything. Gets to a 2-foot stop, patiently pivots to create an opening.
Foul to Rock, his second, team sixth. That will be bonus now rest of the way, both teams. Davis has done his damage at the line. 8 of his now 10 points. He's the second Aztec in double figures. Misses. Chol. Simmons tumbled. Can they push for numbers? Hall comes to the ball. Screens. Lobos haven't led since it was 25-24.
But the fact that he's hit 2 threes tonight makes you have to close out, giving the opportunity for a straight line drive from Albury.
Walk on high. No. Rock got it. Simmons tumbles, foul. And it's bonus rest of the way, both teams.
You love to see a player in March constantly be in attack mode. You have to play with freedom and confidence. Dayton Albury has done exactly that tonight.
He's got 16 to lead the game. He's got a poker face with those shades on.
Yes, he does.
So Rock 65% at the line. 1-1. 8 on San Diego State. Misses the front end Bird. Bird's been quiet for a bit. He was their champion when they bested the Lobos in Viejas. Simmons on the spin, off the up fake, rolls it in.
What a finish there from the freshman. He has been a terrific addition. It took him a little bit of time to get comfortable, but during Mount West play, he has not looked like a freshman.
Overplay by Bird, seeking a steal. Albury, the hot hand, coughs it up. Davis starts, nearly turns it over. Bird road! Long board Davis. Scholl fell down. Everything on the line.
They have gotten away with a travel there on the catch. Magoon-Guath.
Davis behind the back. 5 to shoot. To Gorville, low 2. True.
Some people say the mid-range is gone, but that's a perfect example of if you lift fake at the 3, get the defense out of position, 1-2 dribble pull-up is still a great shot.
Timeout, New Mexico.
Ascending to the top takes focus, dedication, commitment. One thing above all else. What you put first defines you. At Werner, we put safety above all. No shortcuts, no compromises. Because we believe that what you stand on should match what you stand for. Werner, proud to support and protect those who continue to reach higher. The official ladder of NCAA March Madness.
We never asked them to be the best. We just expected them to do their best.
Sports has always been a foundational part of our family. And so that's what drives me.
Love you. Bye-bye.
Family is the most important thing.
This is still Domino's best deal ever. I mean, it's the only deal that gets you any Domino's pizza with any toppings for just $9.99.
You're saving $20.
Said save like $32.89.
Only at Domino's.
At Ameriprise Financial, we know our clients are so much more than clients. They're conquerors and champions, parents and caretakers, believers and breadwinners. The goals that matter most to you matter most to us. Helping you achieve them is what we do best. With personal financial advice from an advisor you can trust and goal-based investing in solutions, it's no wonder we have a 4.9 out of 5 client satisfaction rating. Ameriprise Financial, advice worth talking about.
First beer of the wedding.
Is there enough for everyone?
Oh, right there.
Oh!
I'm an American soldier. I'm a warrior and a member of a team. I will never accept defeat.
I am an American soldier.
College basketball on CBS Sports Network is sponsored by Werner, the official ladder of NCAA March Madness. Every step matters. And by Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Back in Las Vegas, a game of grand consequence. The most impactful semifinal matchup in the series history between these longtime league powers. Miles Heide emerged from the locker room, but with that heavy wrap, he is done for the day. So an impactful big sidelined for San Diego State. Remember the first matchup, New Mexico rallied from down 15, chose to foul Heidi a minute to go. A horrendous free throw shooter. He hit them both. Eric Olin told us today he would do it again. It was the right play. I agree with him.
I would too. So 50% free throw shooter on the year. Scoring isn't his strength. He does all of the little things, though, that really impact this Aztec attack.
The winner is out of the championship and stays alive for the NCAA tournament. The possession alive for the Lobos. 3 to shoot. Fire! Bouillon rejected. Foul by Plot with 1.4.
The awareness of Hop to know to look up at the shot clock as it's winding down before finding Bouillon underneath.
This game is awesome.
Wow, that looked like a block, but a bang-bang play. Maybe a little bit across the elbow up top. He had a lot of ball, but puts Bouillon at the line.
In and out. He's missed 3 of his 4. He's got 7 points, 8 boards tonight, well below his dominance in the first 2 matchups.
And credit Magoon Gloth and Farrell Compton for a lot of that. They have done a great job of limiting his opportunities on the low block.
Here come the Aztecs. 9 of 20 at the line tonight. Loose ball to net against Bird. Foul! And Bird cupped his chin. He thought he got the worst of the contact. He's got his 3rd foul.
Taste of his own medicine. Bird in transition typically does the same thing. Jumps in to create contact for a foul opportunity, but the extra effort from Tanet. That's a foul on Bird. He didn't like the fact that he got the worst of that contact. Tanet will be at the line, where on the season is nearly an 85% free throw shooter.
You know, Eric Golden told us today that Tanet's playmaking was starting to show up more, that the game was slowing down. He was a dynamic scorer at Prescott High School in Arizona, dropped almost 2,700 career points.
And that's an adjustment for all guys going from high school to college, especially if you're a scorer, but your position is point guard. Can you balance your scoring with the ability to organize a team and play make?
A lot of points left at the line for the 2 teams. Albury's been the answer for the Lobos. Bouillon carving space.
Bird not letting Hall get a look at all.
Hot, high kiss miss, weak side tip, no, tie up. Jump ball, 6 to shoot, it stays that way. We have 3.5 to go. We have a tight game, everything on the line. The bragging rights and a chance to dance. Stay with us.
Brackets are back. Play CBS Sports Bracket Games for a chance to win a trip to the 2027 Final Four. Get the CBS.
A century ago, our founders made a promise to always take care of their own. That promise is still at the heart of everything we do, and why our members know we'll do what's right. Because at USAA, we take care of our own.
The CVS Epic Beauty Sale is on. Get $10 off when you spend $30 through March 14th.
Chevy Silverado, and technology you can rely on.
I get a call and my mom says, "Don't panic, but the house is on fire."
I got in my first accident.
I had this pipe burst. But Moses was amazing as usual.
I felt really comfortable in that moment.
Christine was there for me. I'm in very good hands with Allstate.
Wanna sell those wheels.
Yeah.
Wanna get in off real fast now.
With CarMax.
You wanna do it.
Want to drive? CarMax.
$10 for a large, $10 for any 3 toppings, $10 for your choice of hot crust. Like our new garlic parm hand tossed. Because there's crust, and then there's hut crust. The crust you crave, only $10. Order in the Pizza Hut app.
Most sodas call it at a reasonable hour. That's when Mr. Pibb is just getting started. When Mr. Pibb texts you up, it's not a question, it's a promise. Because trust, one sip, you up.
Boom, kick up cherry. Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
Only on Paramount Plus.
One juice here in Vegas. San Diego State by 4, under 4. Time now for Every Step Matters, brought to you by Werner Ladder. Magoon Guap going on.
He's put together a tremendous game. 17 points, 6 of 9 from the field. He's done it in different ways. Off pick and rolls, off transition, off the offensive glass. But none have been bigger than the play before we went to timeout. Stayed patient, spaced in the corner, catch and shoot, knockdown 3.
He's had as many as 20 in a game this year. That was a double overtime game against Troy. He's one off his high for a non-overtime before.
But just see the patience. Stays in that corner. Miles Bird sees it, skips it, block, gets the 3.
6 seconds on the shot clock. Hot. Ball is open, whistle. You can see DeBoerville pleading his case. He'll get a second. Double bonus. So clock stopped and a chance to shoot 2 for today.
You touched on it earlier. Both these teams are fairly good free throw shooters, but they've struggled tonight at the line. New Mexico now 12 of 23. San Diego State 13 of 21.
Tannette's been the best. He's the second Lobo in double figures. That's his first miss tonight in 6 tries. A 1-possession game. A can't lose. You lose, you're done. You win, you're out of the title game. You have a shot as an at-large, and you also have a shot to do it outright. Andrew Catalan, Steve Lapis will have that call with Evan Washburn tomorrow. Dixon Waters short. Gets his own miss. Drop step strip. Hopped with help. Allberry in the corner. Tannette lets it fly. No. Tipped by Bird. Foul.
Bouillon just puts so much pressure on you on the offensive glass. He's got 5, would have been his 6th, but he carved out enough space on the weak side as that 3 went up.
Foul to Guap, his 3rd. Well, Bouillon was a force of nature in the first 2 matchups in the regular year. What's been different tonight?
Well, I think a big part of it is the fact that Magoon Guap has been able to play extended minutes. His length creates problems for almost every single big in this league. San Diego State switches 1 through 5 on most possessions. And when he's had a smaller player on, he has not been able to take advantage.
He's left some points at the line as well. He's missed 5 of 7. You can see the frustration on his face. Just shook his head side to side and let out a sigh. It's only a 2-point game. Dixon Waters. 7 to shoot. Davis stepping back. Squirts corner. Saved by Simmons. Playground out of bounds. Keep it that way.
Luke Hopf wants New Mexico to challenge.
Eric Golan
didn't touch it.
Looking up at the big board.
He may be right. It looked as if it went off Simmons' foot.
Timeout. Eric Golan is hopping onto the floor, twirling his index finger. He went all the way out to midcourt, north of the Mountain West logo.
Wow, it looks as if it went off Simmons' foot. Take a closer look at it. Simmons tries to save it. Hits his own foot, and I don't think it grazes Luke Hopf.
Ball on the floor was Aztec ball, and you could see it change direction. You're right, Dan.
The ball on the floor is San Diego State basketball. The play has been challenged by New Mexico.
Can they win this challenge and have a chance to tie or take the lead with a little over 2 minutes to go in regulation?
You see it clearly change directions, but does it touch Luke Hopf? Question is, does his hair count? Can we slow it down enough?
I think it's the hair.
Yes. That would be unbelievable if the hair of Luke Hop keeps this San Diego State ball.
A turn of phrase often in racing, right? By a hair, who has possession here?
Well, we've got a great officiating crew led by Nate Harris. I'm pretty sure they'll get this right. I don't think it hits Luke Hop. I think New Mexico's going to win this challenge.
It looked like it did make contact there with the hair.
But to overturn it, it has to be definitive.
That's where using or not using product could help determine this game.
Very well could. And remember, if New Mexico wins this challenge, they keep the timeout, and it would be their basketball.
Got his foot. That changed the angle, but it looked like the hair shifts.
But does his hair shift because he's moving back? Man, that is tough. I'm glad I'm not an official having to make this determination.
Can you imagine when he came up with the concept of replay, seeing this as a situation?
I really think it's going to be New Mexico basketball.
There's not enough to overturn. Or you think it's going to be?
I think it's going to be New Mexico basketball. I'm glad I'm not one of those three out there having to make the decision with potentially the season on the balance for both of these teams, who I feel honestly deserve to be in the NCAA tournament. I think they're good enough. I think both teams, in particular San Diego State, has dealt with a number of injuries over the course of the year that hasn't allowed them to play to their expectations.
It looks like we have a ruling. New Mexico's huddle.
After reviewing the play, the call on the floor has been overturned. It will be New Mexico basketball with 30 seconds on the shot clock in the backcourt on the sideline. New Mexico will retain their timeout and their opportunity to challenge.
You called it, Dan, so they still have the challenge. Now they have the ball, a chance to tie or lead. These coaches played regulars with foul concern in the first. The message from Eric Golden to his team was get more aggressive, go right at this defense. That challenge could decide it. Albury. Tanet kicks. Hop to Albury. Guap gets by him. Aztec ball.
If they end up losing, that's going to be a play that they look back as a missed opportunity. Gets to the front of the rim, and he can't quite finish.
New Mexico hasn't hit a field goal in almost 5 minutes.
Just as you would have expected, this game came down to the final few possessions. And then B.J. Davis, just as he did in their last matchup with a big-time shot, he does the same tonight. An ISO on the wing, a bucket with 2.9 left. Hall got a decent look at it for 0.6 seconds left, but not able to get it to drop.
An incredibly tight game. What a fitting conclusion to the best rivalry in the Mountain West. These powers have combined for championships by the boatload. And at San Diego State, a chance to hoist the hardware. They'll take on Utah State in the title game tomorrow. Let's go to Evan with the man who had the biggest bucket.
BJ, congratulations. Take us through your mindset, what you're thinking after Albury ties this thing up.
Incredible shot. I knew we had about 20 seconds, so just kind of wanted to take the last shot.
What do you think when coach doesn't call a timeout and puts it in your hands?
Oh, it's go time. It's time to make something happen.
What is it about this matchup with New Mexico that brings the best out of you in these late moments?
I think they're just a really good team, and you know, we play good, they play good, so it always comes down to the crunch time.
You're entirely too calm and cool right now after just hitting the game winner to send your team to a championship. Why?
Our coach says margins for players, and a lot of our players stepped up and made huge plays, rebounded the ball, and I got all my faith in my guys, so they helped me stay cool and calm.
How aware were you and the players on this team of the stakes attached to this game? If you don't win your NCAA tournament hopes are gone.
Yeah, and we kind of, kept that in the back of our mind. Try to hit the glass a little harder, play a little better defense. It was getting downhill because, they got good guards and stuff, but we was trying to do our best because we know that's at stake.
What do you got left for Utah State tomorrow? Actually, in a few hours.
A few hours, yeah. Just got to go home, get some sleep, and bring the same intensity tomorrow. Try to get it done.
Congrats, BJ.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate that. So the stage is set. While there have been a number of upsets in conference tournaments across the country, one will meet two tomorrow for the title.
As you expected, San Diego State has been here nearly year in and year out. Utah State handled their side of the bracket. San Diego State, an unbelievable finish to a well-played game tonight, sets up a big-time opportunity for the Aztecs tomorrow to get back to the NCAA tournament.
Brian Dutcher's been the head coach at San Diego State for 9 seasons at all but one. He's taken the Aztecs to the championship. The final 64-62, San Diego State. For Dan Dickow, Evan Washburn, and our entire crew, I'm John Sadak. This has been a presentation of CBS Sports Network, the 24-hour home of CBS Sports. Now to New York, inside college basketball. Aztecs 64, Lobos 62.
Well, that was incredible and well worth staying up until 2:48 a.m. on the East Coast. John Rothstein, where on earth would you rather be than right here, right now, if you weren't at that arena?
Well, that arena was playing Closing Time by Semisonics. That took me back to the mid-'90s, a time where San Diego State basketball was not nationally relevant. But once again, this program, as we have seen through Steve Fisher and Brian Dutcher, saves its best for the most opportune times. San Diego State now 1 win away from the NCAA tournament. What a finish.
Yeah, 2 things really stood out to me. Bagoon Guath, he was great. 17 points, 6 rebounds. 3 of those were offensive. A really key 3-pointer that he hit in the corner late in the second half. But to me, on the other side, New Mexico, 15 for 28 from the free throw line. Oy vey, if they actually made some free throws, they'd be actually winning this
Roy,
game.
did you have a bar mitzvah?
Rook, I told you, no, I did all that stuff, I did all that
impressive.
stuff. Yeah.
We should bond.
Yeah, we should.
Seriously.
I'm making some pillows.
No, he's got more Yiddish here than I have in 17 years.
It's been fantastic, yeah. All right, what do you think?
Well, I think B.J. Davis. I think big men are cute and all, but you need guards to win in March, and he had the most beautiful play. What I loved the most about his play was the patience. The fact that he drove, realized he went a little bit too early, knew time and score, like he said in his interview, and then came back out, drove again, and got a great high percentage look.
All right, so San Diego State, it's pretty simple. You win in the championship on CBS tomorrow, and it's a done deal. Even if they don't, you wonder if they could still somehow sneak in. They're in the title game of the Mountain West Tournament all but 3 times since 2009. 30 minutes of our show coming back next.
Hi. Chocolate fundraiser. With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly. Deposit checks easily and send money quickly. That's convenience from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Doesn't matter the level you're playing at or who you are. At the end of the day, the lowest score wins.
Ultimate scoring power is having something that can give you an edge everywhere.
Playing a Pro V1 gives me a sense of unshakable confidence.
Pro V1 just makes me the best player that I can possibly be.
I have 100% belief, I have 100% commitment and trust.
I could tell you with a blindfold on, when I strike it, I just know what it's going to do.
That's the power of Pro V1.
We know who made that hitch. We know who cut the steel, who milled the ball, and who laid down the welds. We know who tested, measured, and checked. We even know the man who had the idea. We're B&W, and we know your hitch. We don't make them halfway around the world. We make them all right here. B&W Trailer Hitches, proudly American made.
Welcome inside our New York studios. It's Inside College Basketball Bracket Week, presented by Kubota. Busy Friday night at conference tournaments, and we get 30 minutes to catch up on all of it. Brent Stover alongside Roy Hibbert, Ice Young, and our CBS Sports Insider for College Hoops. It is John Ross.
Giddy up.
Tonight was the Big 12 that had us up on our feet as they battled on the new court, which looked a lot like the one they've had the rest of the week leading in. Iowa State, Arizona in an absolute showdown, Ice.
They start late second half. Zona up 2. That's Anthony Del Orso knocks down a 3. He had 26 off the bench, but that's Taman Lipsey knocking down his own 3.
Pilovic hit some huge shots for Otzelberger down the stretch, but Bradley got the last laugh, 80-80. You talked about Del Orso, 10 of 14, 6 of 9 downtown, 26. Karchenkov, 17. Bradley, the hero, 15 points. 7 assists. The other semifinal there in Kansas City, it was Kansas taking on Houston, Roy.
Oh, yeah, Emmanuel Sharp's going to find Chris Sinek, no defense. Where's that Kansas rotation that I've heard of before? Then Darren Peterson. Look at this the play right here. He gets the block shot, love it, but he leaks out, does not get back into the play. Kingston Flemings will knock down the shot. Cougars are up by 21 at this point, and things got out of hand. This is Kansas' largest loss in Big 12 tournament history, and it's the fewest points in a Big 12 tournament game in school history. Oy vey.
It's wild to think. 69-47. Fleming's 21 on 6 of 14. Sinak was big, 17 for him. And now you look at the bracket. It's the 1 against the 2 in KC. It's a rematch of last year's Big 12 tournament title game.
You know, you wonder if there is a conference in college basketball that would have a chance to get multiple teams in the Final Four when we see, obviously, them play in Indianapolis. The Big 12 has that type of potential. Remember, as we're looking at things right now, as we're less than 48 hours away from when the bracket is released on CBS, Arizona, Houston, and Iowa State are all in position to be top 8 seeds in the NCAA tournament. The Big 12 has the best chance out of any conference in the country to have multiple teams in the Final Four.
Thinking about 2 teams that are going to a championship with different storylines. You got Houston, who just steamrolled Kansas and are feeling like, all right, we kind of had an easy game. We made it here. Happy to be here. On the other side, Arizona had to grit one out and a buzzer beater. So that's an emotional game. Curious to see which team is going to start off strong, but I honestly can't wait to watch this.
Well, obviously, Houston, that's they play good defense, but I got to get into Kansas a little bit. I know you probably should talk the winner, but Kansas, I was so disappointed in their game today. 10 minutes they went without scoring a basket. Only one player that scored double figures. That was Darren Peterson. He had not a great night, but he only took 11 shots. He's a projected #1 pick. You should just be a black hole and just keep getting to the basket, but disappointed with them. Shout out to Houston for doing what they need to do. They stepped on them early, and it's gotten them out the way.
Yeah, because it really made it look like, is Houston this good right now, or is Kansas playing this bad?
I wouldn't bet what's in my 529 on Kansas in the tournament.
Yeah.
Point, John. All right. Meantime, in a conference tournament, a 15 seed has never made a conference semifinal. Somebody forgot to tell Ole Miss that as they took on the 2 seed Alabama, looking for 3 wins in 3 days. It's become a massive story. Late second half, Ole Miss up by 4, John.
Yeah, Elias Comardine with that 3-point shot. Ole Miss up by 7, and Comardine going to carve out space right here in the middle of the key, 80-75. But here comes Alabama. Taylor, Bowl, Bowen. Hard drive, then 1-point game, 0.5 of a second, 1 shot. It wouldn't have counted. Ole Miss is a bid stealer that is alive and well at the SEC tournament. Chris Beard, 2 wins away from March Madness despite the 15-19 record.
Cameron 16 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. This story is what we love about this time of year. Pylon, by the way, 28 in the loss. Also in Nashville, in the SEC quarterfinals, Oklahoma, they are squarely on the bubble against the 3 seed Arkansas.
30 seconds left. Darius Acuff Jr., the clutch gene, knocks down the 3. Razorbacks go up 4. Xavier Brown, though, on the other side with the drive, gets the reverse layup to go for Oklahoma. Sooners trying to stay in it. And then here, Nigel Pack for 3. Gets rejected, though, at the rim, and no, sir. Arkansas.
37 for Acuff, 82-79. Defending champs, top seed, Florida taking on the Kentucky Wildcats.
Look at that hustle by Micah Heinlagen, and then Urban Clasher, he's going to hit it. No, look at the double scoop of effort by the big fella. I love it. Then in transition, Xavier Lee's going to get it to Alex Conley. He had a great night, 22 and 10. And then, oh, Tommy boy, he was dunking all over their head right there, and they look good. Nice spin, Get it to the basket. Ooh, that's good.
71-63. And then there was the 5-seed Tennessee and the 4-seed Vanderbilt there in the Music City.
Vanderbilt, a sneaky team going into the NCAA tournament. Tanner to Duke Miles. He had 30 in this game. And then it's a 5-point deficit. Jacoby Gillespie going to nail the step back to make it 69-66. But then Duke Miles again in the epicenter of everything right now for Vandy. Lob, Jalen Washington finishes. Vanderbilt, 25 wins under Mark Byington.
30 for Miles. So the semifinals are set for Saturday. Top seed Florida, 4-seed Vandy, and also the 15-seed Ole Miss, 3-seed Arkansas. So we certainly have great storylines and bubble storylines in the SEC as we check in with Mackenzie Brooks. Mackenzie, what's your perspective on this?
John's right. The bid Steelers are alive and well, but they're around 7% alive and well. When we look at the numbers, we run the numbers, percent chance to win the SEC. Ole Miss obviously going to be at the bottom of that ranking. Now, the interesting part, the 7% was almost doubled, closer to 14% when they had a chance to play Oklahoma. Now that we know the head-to-head matchup is going to be against Arkansas, their chances overall significantly drop. So this was a team that was begging for Oklahoma to win this game. Now they have to face Arkansas. Florida goes into pre-tournament with a 34% chance. As they continue to chip away, they obviously have the most likely path. Regardless of who they play, Arkansas or Ole Miss, they are going to be around 60% favorites in our model to win that game. That's why you see them with the highest percentage here. So obviously your two favorites in the upcoming semifinal games are going to take the top here. Never say never. It is March, as we know, so this number could slowly churn, but as of right now, they sit at the bottom of the board for the SEC.
Good stuff. Your take, Roy?
I like Florida for two reasons. They play big. 18 offensive rebounds. That saves you every time you're in a tight game at this point in the season. And the second thing, these boys look like they're having fun. They're out there playing fast, they're playing loose, throwing lobs, and as a player, that's one of the most important things, that you feel comfortable with yourself and your team, and you're out there having fun distributing the ball. That's a good way to win a game.
You know, I don't root for teams. I don't root for people. We're all objective, but I will say this. I will be very disappointed if Arkansas does not make the second weekend of the NCAA tournament, simply because I can't handle the fact if we're only going to be able to watch Darius Acuff in college basketball for another week. I had high expectations for him before he stepped on campus. Darius Acuff is the best freshman point guard that has ever played for John Calipari. Wow. I'm not saying he's going to be better at the next level than Derrick Rose, De'Aaron Fox, Tyreek Evans, John Wall. But for the freshman season that all those guys played under John Calipari at their respective schools, Acuff is having significantly more of an impact than those guys were having at the point guard spot.
Yeah, you want to see the brightest stars in March under the brightest lights, and Darius Acuff Jr. is certainly that. And for me, in order to win this time of year, you need great point guard play. He consistently brings that on both sides of the basketball. It's not a young player that just cares about scoring and dropping 30, but also about defending like his life depends on it. I'm excited to see him play more basketball as well, John.
Nashville is going to be on fire coming up tomorrow. Fire. Okay.
Add a little Y at the end. Fire.
When we come back on Inside College Basketball Bracket Week, presented by Kubota, check in on the Big Ten, where Mick Cronin's guys are proving they have saved their best basketball for March. Plus, we are going to get an epic Big East final, something we haven't seen in 26 years. Highlights next.
Why wait for the summer when the world's superstars are already battling? 16 iconic clubs, 0 second chances, and every match is a main event. The UEFA Champions League knockout phase. Stream every match live on Paramount+.
I am an American soldier. I serve the people of the United States.
I will always place the mission first. Delivery